Testing. There we go. Yeah, don't get too excited about going up $5. Basically, we went down and we just gapped back to where we were. Going to 31's a little more important because we broke kind of new ground. Now, the purchasing of the movie chain is going to cost us money, but the $230 million selling, that definitely will drive up the price. Considering they sold, I guess, what is that, a fourth? And then that's a tenth of a fourth. Let's see, I'll do the math real quick. I think we're 455 million right now, divided by 8.5. So I did that wrong. There we go. So it's 0.018%. There we go. So basically just under 0.02% gives us that much money. Holy crap. That's a lot of money. Imagine if you sold the whole company. But I think the relative cost of this company now is in the like 5 or 6 billion. What are we now? We're 11.7 billion dollars in market cap. I remember when we were 5 and 4. We're definitely inflated, but oh boy. What is this going to mean for us, eh? It's kind of a mixed bag, so whatever is going to happen is going to be exciting. But yeah, it's a mixed bag. Having more money is generally good. Definitely would bring us up from 10. So probably 14 is going to be hard for us to get to now. Well, maybe not too hard. Our baseline is still low. We're supposed to be, let's say, 15 by the end of summer. Maybe now 16, 17, because we got cash injection, even though it's not really that much. But it would bring up our baseline, our bottom line. Well, we'll see how it plays out. I'm still on the fence. I definitely think this is going to FOMO the shit out of people. But eventually the party has to end. Yeah, eventually. So we'll see how this plays out. Woof. Exciting times. Yeah, it's possible that we could stay at a sustained height, just like GME. I mean, anything is possible, but I wouldn't bank on it just because GME was the original, we're the copy, and the amount of money that went into GME is astronomical. So unless we see the money shift from GME to us, or leave GME at the very least, I don't think people have, another of mom's cars and grandma's pension funds. They're not going to drum up another wave of money, right? Also, too, you have the entire stimulus checks going in there as well. So it's possible we could end up just shifting over and becoming the prized horse. I still think GME is the do or die, and so many people are trapped. So they're basically looking at like 50% losses and choosing not to sell. Um, so that's helping keep it up. But if we don't get into that trapped sense, especially if we have a sell off and people, go into it, then we won't end up like them. We will end up like a normal stock and back to 14 ish we go. So, but we'll see. We'll see. Damn. Good money regardless. But it's going to probably be another day of me just watching the chart because it's either going to go flying or crashing. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. All right. So we got 20 minutes till open. Oh. Yeah. Well, that's it too. GME is at such an inflated price, you can buy about 10 times the amount in AMC, right? So it's definitely tantalizing. GME started, I think, at like $12 before they surged. We started at like 1, 2. So we're about a factor of 10 less. So when we hit $20, we're basically hitting like 200 for AMC. So GME's at 200, we're at 20. That's about equal. So we're basically at 310 right now, if you want equivalency. So it is possible. We could hover, and we still haven't probably seen the full weight of GME's money. If that comes in, people are going to be buying us on discount, and all that sort of stuff. So, it's going to be an interesting day, nonetheless. No, I can't analyze a stock when it's surging because it's basically completely based on volume and it's random. So basically, it's going to just fly all over the place. There's a few technical breakdowns and breakups, but for the most part, it's completely dependent on, how psycho each party wants to go. So it's not floating, it's just a chaotic mess. There is, some technical shapes. There is points of indecision. But yeah, it's not, definitely not easy. Because if it was easy, I would just be like, hey, do this. But because, yeah, plus the danger of it crashing is so high. It's like, even if you do the buy and hold, it's like, you could end up with like negative 50, within minutes. So like you're looking at 21% in the pre-market. That could get wiped out in a heartbeat. So you're negative 21% in less than 2-3 minutes, right? So that's really the risk. So it's very difficult to call. But we'll get there. At least if we do get red, then we'll go back to some sense of normalcy, and it'll get easier to play the stock. And I won't lose a ton of money. All right. So I'll be back in just under 15. All right. Sorry for my throat's all messed up. So we're 5 minutes out now. Um, so for everyone that's kind of whinging and feeling stressed, I'm presuming you're new to this game. This happens all the time. Um, so just experience for what it is. But the woulda, coulda, shoulda, if I knew the past, blah, 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 whatever, whatever, whatever. You made the best choice with the information you had. And there's going to be a giant crash, and you're going to say the dead opposite. Well, I'm glad I didn't do this, blah, 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 blah. It's fucking tiresome. Not to shit on you, but you're going to get bored of saying it yourself because you're going to ride this emotional roller coaster and you're going to fucking burn out. Because for every time that it squeezes up, there's an incredible crash you never recover from. And I wouldn't say they're equal. Crashing is much easier than going up. So enjoy it for what it is. We're definitely, something's happening and we're enjoying the ride. But you make your choices, you live with them. And you can't look at hindsight because no one knows the future. And the risk is very real of an incredible crash. So yeah, you might have missed out on $5, but you want a negative $20 and be stuck there holding those bags for years, right? Or months. So you got to weigh it out, right? And the least risky thing to do is to be out of the market. So, anyways, so if you're having a whole bunch of troubles, it's natural. The body worries. We're naturally greedy creatures. Oh, I missed out on these resources, or I missed out on that food or straw or whatever. So it teaches you, okay, maybe you should try something else so you can get more resources, little monkey. Okay, that's fine and all. But when you try to apply it to the stock market, which is like a fucking casino half the time, it's like, oh, well, if I only betted bigger and on the roulette table, I would have got it. And it's like, not really. It's, it's risky and it's risky and it's risky. So, anyways, it all comes out in the wash. But for your mental health and probably everyone else's, you got to just live with it. So, it looks like it's so high. It looks like it's only going to go up. It'll never stop. What if we never come down? Oh, Jesus. It's coming down eventually at some point, guaranteed. When? Nobody fucking knows, but it will come down. We may hover at a new base. We might sit around 15 now for a bit. Maybe we hover around 16, whatever, but we're not going to cruise to 35 and then stay there for eternity. Not unless AMC does wonderful things like, I don't know, gets bought out by a billionaire or something that just wants to jack the share price or something. So anyways, you'll get your chance to buy back in at discount. When that will be, I don't know. Yeah, after we hit 100K. But just remember, what goes up can go down just about as fast. Actually, sorry, it can go down faster than it went up. Sorry, I should say that. Not as fast. It will go down faster than it went up. It is an elevator to hell, stairways to heaven. So if this is stairs, the elevator's going to be something whenever that happens. But we got to play the game for what it is. The market does what the market wants to do, whether it's correct or right or wrong or whatever. It's going to do what it's going to do, right? And so there's people, real people, and real events that are driving this price and making it what it is. But ultimately, the market's going to self-correct. If this is deemed too much, when it's deemed too much, the market will just quickly recorrect. If it's never deemed too much, then God help us. But that's how it rolls, right? The market rolls as the market's going to roll. So let's flip over to the market open, and I'm just going to get my my brokerage warmed up. How much time do I got? I got 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And we're going to jump out of this glider and go get us some Germans. Oh, actually, I guess a glider would land. No, they jumped out of gliders too, I think. No, the gliders landed. The jumpers would have been the 2-engine whatever that crappy airplane was. The super easy to shoot down if you have any German aircraft. Yeah. All right, so we're opening at 31.89. Woo. Wee. Batman. Okay. Where's the 1 minute? Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to close the extended market and we'll just take a look at this. Opening volume. Holy fuck, it's already 39 million. Oh, daddy. Oh my god. I got to get my full dashboard up here. Sorry for the mess. It's a glitch. I got to turn this off. Off and off. There you go. Sorry about that. My dashboard is mangled for some reason. Minimize. There we go. Okay. What's the volume on AMC? Do, 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 do. Got all mangled up. Of course. This. Count details. Holdings. So AMC's volume is now 39. Let's get the actual volume. AMC volume is 21. Yield. That's the average volume. Great. Give me the full volume. Clicking every button but the one I want. Even this one doesn't have the volume. Oh, there it is. Okay. Add a new share in here. So we're holding. Rest of the market's looking good too. Quickly hunting. Would like to know. Now 39. Up Yahoo and fix this. Oh my god. Those great. Of course. Those do not want to snap. Oh my god. We're falling apart today. Great. There we go. Oh my sweet Jesus. All right. Sorry for all this. This is just falling apart. Windows stopped snapping, then it deleted my window. Oh, there it goes. Okay, there we go. Falling apart here. So the crash here is not that important. Don't worry about it that much. Need to see the actual volume. Summary. Actual volume is 61 million. Holy fuck. That's a lot on open. Whew. All right. Get back to the chart then. So this one hasn't updated. So it's 30 million behind. Holy crap. A lot of volume. Are we number one on the volume? Let's see if we're number one on the volume. Yep. We definitely are. Okay, so we'll let this play out. Yeah, sorry for not being able to hear me. I was busy trying to fight with the computer. Once in a while, Windows doesn't let me snap, and my windows are based on the snap on Windows, and it's like, oh, Jesus. And for some reason, my brokerage doesn't want to show me volume. It's like, of all the times to just start fucking up. Oh, well, at least the internet provides. So 64 million, 817. Yep. Let's get that downward squeeze to 14. All right, let's get this microphone set up. All right. There we go. That should be better for you guys. All right. So we're stabilizing. Let's see. So if we get below pre-market levels there, then we run the risk of a crash. Until we get there, then this is basically just consolidation before it goes up. Is it frozen? Don't still going. The chart's just having a little bit of trouble. Don't consolidate. Come on, 14. Don't repair the brakes. Let's go, crash. Yeah, we had a lot of warning signs on Friday, you know, that it wanted to crash. But Monday's a different beast. Monday, if anything, is going to be the day that it goes up, if it's going to go up, right? No, you got it all wrong, Wick. Stocks only go up. At least all the people that just started trading stocks on Reddit, that's as far as they know. So we're treading. So this is it thinking. It's deciding if it wants to go down or if it wants to live. And we're about to do a technical breakdown if it goes into new lows. But again, it's nothing to worry about until it goes under the pre-market. Then it will basically should go for a hard run, because you're solidifying the negativity at that point. You've wiped out all the FOMO, all the people that got in at the last minute. They get wiped right out. And then they panic, and then the party starts. At least for the FOMO crowd. Or I guess it'd be the FOCO, mother of all crashes. Mother of all. The Moke crew. Yeah. We need to turn it into an acronym like MOCA. Mother of crashes. Mother of crashing hurt ass. Yeah. Mother of all ass kickings. The moak. The MOAK. What's today? It's the 20. Uh, so it would be the MOAK 21. Yeah. And your butt will be sore for weeks. It may not be the best mother of, but it does honest work. Mo Ark. Is it Moses and the Ark? Is that where it comes from? If so, I feel sorry for you. I'm sure if I look, there's probably a place called Jesus Land. I should travel there and get a photo. Welcome to Jesus Land, USA. Okay. So it's just a short form. Now, before you rush to get back in, right? So even though if it dips, you run the risk of catching falling knives, right? So that's going to be the risk. Now that it shows weakness, then the potential to crash and stay down goes high. I mean, it's already blazingly high. But now you're going to solidify it, right? So you don't want to try to catch something that's falling because now it's been proved, let's say, toxic. And so you got to time the bottom, which is bitchin' hard. So now it's broken out, but you see it's not crashing. So that means green's holding it as much as they can. It's the volume. Volume's at 79 million. And we haven't even hit 10 o'clock. We're only 13 minutes in. Sweet Jesus. We're going to hit 100 million at this rate before 10 o'clock. I think that's a new speed record, aside from the one day in January. We hit like something like the billions. It was like 100 million in the first seconds. It was crazy. But that was a true, well, yeah, I guess it's fair to say that was a true squeeze in January. It was a small one, but it was definitely a squeeze. The amount of like rushing to the gate was incredible. Whereas you see here, we're going down. So you can't have a squeeze when you're going down. Usually there's some profit taking. And sometimes there's even the squeeze is over and then it gets reversed. And then that actually makes the squeeze worse because the short sellers piled in. Now they got to get out as fast as possible after they just got in like 10 minutes ago. That's common because the short sellers are taking a loss, so they want to double down, just like, you know, people buying on the way up, right? But where was I going with that? Yeah, we're not seeing any of that kind of going on. I don't think the short sellers are piling in. Definitely just looks like downwards drifting, and now we're getting a little bit of a surge. We're moving a lot slower than Friday, at least. Now we are looking at a huge scale here. Like this is 32 and this is 29. So these are massive. If I was to zoom into regular zoom level, it would be like this. So this is the level we usually watch the stock at, right? But because it's so volatile, you know, I had to zoom out. But that's a, you know, considerable drop. Yeah, 31 to, how much is that in percent? That's a 10% drop. So that's a considerable drop. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Oh. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, and for those that are just joining us, because now apparently I'm popular on Reddit for all the wrong reasons. I generally do technical analysis, but as I prefaced at the start of the show here, this kind of stuff is a little hard to nail down just because of the volatility of the volume, for lack of a better word, the erraticness of it. So basically what you got to do is just play it by ear. You look at it, see its personality, know that its personality can change in a heartbeat, but all things considered, you can see what it wants to do. Whether or not it can do what it wants to do is a different story, but so you're basically playing it like that. So 'tis all good. So I'm still expecting a drop here. We haven't hit the 10. So the technical's like 1030. The dip still hasn't happened. The rest of the market is quite green. Everyone's in happy spirits. So that's going to help us try to stay up. But if we look at the watch list and that turns red at all, or if GME goes hardcore red, then we can kiss our ass goodbye for the most part. We might even start the chain reaction because we're so high up. Really, we're the one that should be dying. But we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Coulda, woulda, should means nothing. Just see how it all rolls out. So they're going to try for a push. If they get over that red stick to the left, they'll have a technical breakout. So if you're day trading, you can play that for, probably run up from 30 to 31 or something. Yeah, it looks like it's going to try for it. Oh, so now if it goes below the green stick to its left, it'll break down. So it was trying for it, but it looks like it's going to fail. But then you see all of a sudden someone buys the dip and it can turn it right around, right? So if you're new to me doing technical analysis, it's not because I'm retarded. This is just very hard because it's erratic. So, I call out that it's trying. Well, it is trying. You can see it's trying, but whether or not it's going to be able to do it is a different story. Normally, though, when something tries, it generally can follow through because it takes a lot of energy to change the behavior. If the stock wants to do something, it takes a lot of energy to turn it around. But we're living in extremely high energy times right now. So it's like, well, if magically $10 million comes out of, there's $10 million out of nowhere. It's like, what are the odds? Well, today, low, but apparently not that low. So, yeah, like the last 2 days have just been garbage. Technical analysis still applies. It's just the volume, which, your analysis is based off of, is just all over the fucking place. So, anyways, it'll get better. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you hang around for a bit, the stock technical analysis will all get sexier once the stock calms its tits, per se. All right. So we are leveling out. So it's tried now 3 times to break out. Well, at least 2 good times. Yeah, let's say 3. Going on 4 now. And it's failed. And it's slowly drifting down. So that's eventually going to weigh on it. And then it's going to have a stroke. Or, just come out of nowhere with a ton of money. So that's exactly what I was just talking about. So if it stayed the way it was, right, all things considered, it would keep drifting down, and then eventually the weight of the world will kill it. Um, but then someone just, dumped a shit ton of money, and you saw that burst, right? So all things considered, yep. So there, they bursted, and there's the breakout. And then you're going to get FOMO. So this will probably go up to close to 31. And then you want to sell at 31 and let her go down. Not bad. Someone kicked that off. Now, the rest of the market is unchanging. So this is really all of us, or all us. We're not being driven by other people, at least. Or at least not directly. Are we rich yet? You guys are getting paid? You guys are winning money? Where did my little doggy go? Yeah, but just because something moves good today does not mean it will move good 10 minutes down the road. So don't get too happy when things are going good, and don't get too sad when things are going bad. It's just a matter of time. 50K, holy crap, relevant. Well done. But is that including yesterday's profits, though? Or you just made 50K straight up today? Because that's pretty pimp. Pretty pimp. Yeah, it's all the holding. That makes sense. We've gone up almost 40%. She's going to try. So what time is it? It's 9:52, and our volume is 104 million. And I would say half of that is negative and half of that is positive. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's definitely a risky game. I tend to lose more money during times like this than I do on normal days, because you have to play it for the risk that it is, but it's all over the place, so your judgment's just balls. And even if your judgment's right, it like somebody comes in and just slaps it, and it's like, well, fuck it. You can't predict volume, so. Well, I mean, you can if, like, some news comes out, like Aaron just went on a shooting spree. You can pretty be sure that when they read the news, that's going to cause some volume. But you can't accurately predict how many people are going to care. You can just predict that something's going to happen. Yeah. So even in that scenario, it's out to lunch. So the volume's starting to ramp up in the down category. And let's see. Green is green is holding. Yeah, I'm looking at the volume. The red basically dropped about 4 times the volume of green. Oh, and there's green just out of nowhere with massive volume. So it looks like somebody's definitely day trading here, because that sell volume basically matches the buy volume that's pushing up now. So it looks like the same old chestnut with the active investors swinging up and down that we were seeing all week is looks like that might be in play still. So we should try to expect that there'll be volume bursts trying to buy the dip and swing it up. Yeah, because that drop was created by the same amount of volume as this push. So it's like they're triggering the drop, letting people get out, and then they're buying back in, and then triggering the push. Interesting. So that could be worth a play if we got a big fish that's trying to drive the price up. But eventually that big fish is going to get burnt, and then he's going to have to pull out, causing a massive crash. Because you're same thing with everybody that's been holding. Your bank account looks so nice, right? Well, watch it go down to zero, right? So those big fish are looking at, you know, millions or whatever as well. So they're not going to stay when that happens. So let's see. They're going to push. So if they break up over that red to the left, that's going to go for a run. So you can do a play on that. If it goes to 32. Yeah, 32. 32 is going to be a psychological line, which will probably impede the stock. But because it's also a breakout point, yeah, good money. You're going for a swim face down, Zeus? Yeah. You'll get your discount tendies soon enough. Just put on your big boy pants and give it more than a few minutes or days at this rate. Oh, I will have my vindication, and you will have your discount tendies. I've seen this a gazillion times, at least 12 times, and I've been in it probably at least 5 times or so, something like this. But you can just go over any stock and you can see this play out over and over and over again. Canadian Cannabis, Alibaba, well, now AMC. What else was I in that took a nosedive like this? Well, technically, Mivis has just did that like a month ago. That gas company that we were looking at, that EETF or whatever, they probably went through the exact same thing. Essentially a pump and a dump, but less pumping and dumping and more just gone too high and Icarus burned off his wings, now crashing to earth. You know, there might be a pump and dump, but presuming they're not malicious, it's just hype, boom and bust, pop in the bubble or whatever other turn of phrase you want to use. So anyways, the volume slowed down. We're now about half the volume. Let me get this volume fixed up. There we go. Yeah, cool. They merged the relative strength indicator with the volume. That's pretty cool. I'll have to take a look at those off air. Do. Nope. You won't get blocked for having difference of opinion, but you will get blocked for being a troll and trying to fight with everyone. Yeah. Because realistically, we're all here just to make money. We don't need the crayon-eating retard crowd in here. Oh yeah, we don't care. We're good people here. But yeah, no, we just we got a bunch of bots, and then there was a bunch of trolls because they didn't like me saying that I'm expecting a crash. So they all flipped their shit, and they're all like, "Oh, the crash isn't coming. You're a retard, and you're all stupid." And it's like, okay, it's getting tiring. You know, having an opinion's one thing, but trying to shove it down everyone's throat, that's no. There's plenty of hype YouTube channels if you want that garbage. Ugh. Okay, so we're teetering, but that doesn't mean much. Normally this would mean we'd collapse, but watch somebody just try to buy the dip. So we'll try to play for that. Yeah, they killed Kenny. He comes back as a pile of rats. Good morning, Dubes, our favorite junkie horse. Winner of the great horse betting massacre of 2021. Just so many horses went to the glue factory that day. Where Jer was a good horse. Now he's glue. Oh, speaking of which, who won the bet last time? The bet was won by shit, I can't remember. Yeah. Well, it's funny you know about Zach, Kenny. We haven't seen him in forever. I love how we've turned him into a legend. He's now known by strangers. Zach the Handies. For once, you know, I'm on the same page with Zach. Although I'm not really betting for $5. That's just nearly impossible. Nothing's impossible in the stock market, but going to 5, that would take incredible work. You'd have to try to get that low with AMC. I don't know what you would have to do to make that happen. Exactly. I do feel the suspect is a little high here. Zach. Or should I say, Old Man Winters? I would have got away with my stock meddling if it wasn't for your damn YouTube stream. Or I guess it would be Old Man Citadel. I knew it. I knew it. I wonder if Zach has implemented contactless service. You know, like a drive-through window or hole in the door. Good times. So I wonder how the other YouTube channels are doing right now. Probably extra psycho. I guess a lot of hold. The Handy Express, yeah. Oh, this is really handy. Wink. So good. Yeah, it's in the car door. Yeah, insert money through the slot. Poor Zach. But realistically, he was offering $5. $5. That's all he would say. So we just assumed the worst. All right, so we're leveling out. Whether it's going to hold or not, it's a different story. Bum, 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 bum. Gives new meaning to a little hole in the wall. Oh, it's just a little place, a little hole in the wall, literally. Bum, 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 bum. So they're pushing, but volume is medium. Going flat. So normally when we go flat, it's going to crash. But again, dip buyers. All right. Got me another pop ski. So you see there's a bit of a dip. And then it basically stopped it. They bought the dip. Oh yeah, right. Where Jer is right. He's coming back from vacation. Your girlfriend called you a hedgie. At least she didn't call you a bag holder. Really, hedge funds are not the enemy. At least not for us. But of course, they're easy to demonize. But a hedge fund works against you or with you all the time, right? So it depends on what side of the fence you're on at that given time. The real people we want to piss on are, I guess you could argue hedge funds are more likely to be market manipulators, but it's not fair to say that hedge funds are market manipulators. They're just riskier investors. Yeah. But anyways, I wouldn't shit on hedge funds. I would shit on probably, yeah, market manipulators, who they are or when they exist. And who else fucks the market real bad? I guess all those news sites and all those shitty people that do shitty DD. They're probably more detrimental than anybody, really, because they're just spreading garbage and making the next, wave of garbage. And that's not helpful for anyone. Do. Well, how long can we just teeter sideways? 10:30 coming soon. Sideways. We're getting a lot of views today. Sweet. People are checking us out. Word on the street. We're getting popular. Come for the handies, stay for the dandies. Red's pushing. That was a bit of volume there. Oh, looks like we're slipping. Volume's ramping up, and it's all red. Still, they're trying to buy the dips, so they're pushing back. Red is laying into them, though. Green's trying. Red is definitely stronger than green right now, though. Oh, this might slip. Down she goes. Yep. Can you stop it, green? Do you has the power? They're trying. They just bought the dip again, but red's laying into them. We just had 5 reds, a medium green, and red's back into laying on them, which means this is going to collapse. Oh. Not if green keeps pushing. Come on, red. Oh, no, green's in control now. Oh, that's a good green push right there. And what are you going to do, red? Red's wiped out that push. Red's back in control. Yep, and angry. Green's going to try again. Shut him down, red. Give him the 1-2 punch. It's medium volume. That's high volume. Green's trying to stop red from crashing. Ooh, red's ramping up. It's getting angry. Green's pushing back. Come on, red. Just get real mad. Nah. Red does drive it down, and then it just stops. So it's like it's not yet mad enough. It does push down aggressively, and then it just stops. It's like, well, that's far enough. Ooh, that's a good push right there. Oh, she might do it. She might teeter over the edge. Come on. Good volume, good volume. Give us some good volume on this. Aw, shit. Break new lows. What time is 10:15? Nope, green just comes out of nowhere with the steel chair. Red, how do you counter? Give it the chokehold. SummerSlam edition. 360 no scope. Or whatever wrestling move I can't think of. Yeah. But like any good support line, so if I draw the support line at 30, once we break it, it's going to be one hell of a drop. So right now we're just batting against the support line, which you can now see plain as day. but we're trending downwards. So we're basically being supported by that line, but eventually that support's going to run out. And then it's Rip Van Winkle once we go over that line and stay over that line. And the 1030 dip should provide us the push we need to get over that line. The nega tray. Imagine not taking a small loss. I don't know how to imagine that. I take losses all the time. You just try to make sure your winnings beat the losses at some point. Add fake crying. I should need Salem the cat on the soundboard. I could cry on a button press. Realistically, being this high is not good for the stock. Oh, nice push. We have to come back down, or longer we go, the longer we go on the time frame, the more severe the crash will be, and the higher we go, the faster the crash will be. So if we just level out at 30 for like a day or two, then when we do crash, it will be, much more violent than it would have been 2 days ago. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I'll stake my reputation, which I do. This is a live video that's recorded. I'll stake my reputation on the fact that this bad boy's going to crash. I have no fucking doubt she's going down. I just don't know how much at this point, because I don't know when. Once it happens, then I can probably guess the bottom. But it all depends. If we keep going sideways longer and longer and longer, it should be more and more severe. And then if we go too long sideways, the bottom will actually rise up because we're building support. And basically it shows that nobody wants to drive down the price, which means we can only go up. So there's a short period where it gets really, really, really bad. Then it starts to get better. If you manage to somehow go sideways for all eternity. But usually once it starts going bad, it's going to crash because people want a profit take before it really crashes. But sometimes that doesn't happen. I would say that's fairly rare. But it does happen. Those last 2 days are a good example. It wanted to crash, and they're like, nah, we're still dumping money. So it's not going down. Yeah. It sounds like it. Although Zach has a hard time with English, so it's definitely suspect. Makes sense that Zach would come in a different name. He's got to lay low after his $5 debacles. Sure, Kenny. You're just making up as you go along. W, this would be more of a U shape. If it was a W, so if this was a W right here, it'd be a failed one, right? So with a W, what happens is you're basically, you're going down, you stabilize, you attempt a breakout, but it doesn't hold. You go back down, but the sellers aren't strong enough to break a new low because of the support line. So on the next time, the buyers are in control and they finally get out. But you failed at the corner piece, which is a common failure point for a W. And so what this is now is that you basically hit the line, you're bouncing along it, and then if you can't get the energy to free yourself, basically this is what happens. You eventually roll under the line, and then see the volume increase. There's the commitment, and then you kind of plummet to the next support line, which will be right about here or here. And it looks like we went to this guy. So, yeah. Anyways, it's the basics. But yeah, this is the problem when you teeter on a line for too long. It's basically guaranteed that not good things are going to happen. And you could technically draw this as like a mini pennant, right? Because this is technically indecision. It's just so friggin' small. And so there's your breakdown, right? But you can also think of this as just kind of bouncing on a line, and then eventually you're like, life sucks, and you roll over the line. Because you've touched it so many times, you've finally cleared out all the support. Or you cleared out enough of it that it's time for you to fall. Because there might still be support there. It just, you finally got rid of enough of it that you can get through. The lines do technically like recharge, if you will, as people set new limits and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. It's coming up on 10:30, so this, I would wait till 10:30 to buy the dip, if anything, but you do you, as I've always said. I don't want the financial responsibility of making bad trades. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. As soon as it bottoms, you'll see green. The question is, where's the bottom? And that's always the issue, right? It's like, well, once it goes down, it'll go up. Well, yeah, you're correct. But you never specified just how far down and for how long. Because, of course, that's the hard part, right? So we're now at 158 million volume. Jesus. And we're only an hour in. Not even an hour in. So we did the volume of an entire crazy day in 1 hour. Man. That is good stuff. Not too shabby, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, not too shabby. But as I pointed out the last couple days, when this crashes, right, it's going to be an elevator right down into oblivion. And two, the volume is going to be all those days of volume, which were like nuts. It's going to be all that volume all at once. So this is going to be incredible to watch when it finally pops. Like, it's just going to fucking crazy. And I think they're going to fight it all the way down. People are going to be buying the whole time it's crashing. But anyways, I'm excited to see how fast this thing goes down when it does. And that might be forever. You know, it might take a while for that to happen. But that's a lot of volume. Like, shit. Within 3 days, we're clearly, almost 1.5 billion. And we don't even have that many shares. We have, just under 500,000. And we're somehow netting, 1/4 of all the shares have traded hands today. Like, what the hell? Yeah. It's nuts. Oh, well, we'll see how it goes. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, we just hit 160 million. We are teetering. We're thinking about ending it all. The darkness is coming for us. I love how when it goes red, there's a distinct lack of naysayers. It's real quiet in here. Fuck those guys. Yeah, in a polite way. I hope the people that are making Reddit YouTube videos of me will continue to make videos, especially the one where I say, I'm vindicated. I'm vindicated. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't even know you, and fuck you too. Oh, you know what? We got to start the next video with, are you not entertained? Yeah. Once it crashes, that'll be the title. Are you not entertained? Yeah, but that's also because it's not done yet. What you say? Do, 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 do. You're going to get random singing in this channel too. So I come from a bit of a military background, and when you're in pain or under stress or you need to focus, singing a familiar song focuses the mind. So now I do it without even thinking, because you focus on the song and it controls the rate of which you think, right, to the beats per minute. And so it's another way to also survive interrogation. You just sing a song in your head over and over and over and over again. And as long as you can sing the song, everything's okay, regardless of the level of interrogation techniques. Yeah. Some people say prayers before they shoot somebody or what have ye, but I find a familiar song is useful. Yeah. A little bit of DMX. You know, some X is going to give it to you. Because first we're going to rock, and then we're going to roll. X truly did give it to us. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. Or actually, in this case, crack's a hell of a drug. Cocaine got, what is it, Rick James. And I love how there was so many shirts that said Rick James bitch. Then it was I'm Rick James ghost, because he died like months after that got aired. It's like, rip. Okay, so it's bouncing, but that doesn't mean anything. What did we bounce off of? So if I drew all the support and resistance lines, we could probably so the bottoms and tops here. So we're about good. So let's just draw these for fun, since it looks like we're going to go for a bit of a roll. Although this is the dip just finishing. So we'll see. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. So if you want to do support and resistance lines yourself, really just draw a horizontal line and drag it to the peaks and the valleys. And you'll basically see that, like, you hit a peak and see how it's hitting the other peaks. Generally they'll touch, but I'm just doing a really rough job here. But you can do them for pretty much every peak and valley. But where they overlap, those are the ones you want to keep. The ones like this, there's some in here, but it's like, it's not that relevant because we didn't spend a lot of time there. This is all virgin territory. So all of these support lines are relatively weak. The only reason they're strong is because the volume's nuts. So there's a lot of money and a lot of people, but they haven't had a lot of time. Like we just got here like a day ago, right? So they haven't built up anything yet. Now what's the other thing? Oh, slopes. When you have like a diagonal slope, there's no support lines there unless it levels out, and then that acts as a support line. So as it's falling and you see it level out for a bit and then fall, that's generally because it hit a support line. So like this. See how it goes down? It hit this line, bounced, then continued, right? Or this, it went through the line, got pulled back up, right? There's clearly a support line here and here as well. You can see from all the bottoms right there. So this guy here, his bottom, his bottom, his bottom, his bottom, right? So anyways, and so you can see the zigzag around the 3 support lines here, right? The middle guy supports, so it goes up, supports him, he falls under, the bottom one supports him, he gets back through, the top one stops him, and, you know, the cycle continues. Yeah, and there's another support line right here. Bottoms of these guys and the tops of these guys, tops of these guys, tops of these guys. Yeah, but at some point, you know, unless you're trying to time the drops, you might want to just reduce the lines. You don't need a million. Is this today? Yeah. Okay. So anyways, let's get this ball rolling. So the general markets, NASDAQ went red, but it's doing okay. S&P, same thing. In the Dow's holding. So for those just listening in, we're at 29.50 and it's trying to recover. But we're just going to see how this plays out. We're at 171 million volume. So we went up 10 million volume in about 10 minutes. Damn. Pretty good. Oh, there was some garbage going on here. I wasn't seeing the chat. All right. Moderators doing their job. Hey, somebody should get timed out for impersonating Zach. Zach is an honored member of our combined history. We got a lot of handies from him. We don't really handle impersonators. No, that's not Zach's firm grip. You're clearly a fraud. Yeah, so right now it's fairly dangerous to play anyways because it's basically just hovering. So this is the prelude. Generally before a crash. Because you have to basically slow down the momentum and then everyone slowly realizes, oh, poop. Then the writing gets on the wall and then a bunch of people buy to like, no, it's not going down. And then eventually the sellers say, yeah, it is. And then eventually those people run out of money or give up. And then it begins. That's usually how it plays out. Yeah. No, I was just saying there's only one true Zach. I'll judge him by the firmness of his handies. That grip's too weak. Zach has a firm grip. He has a handle on life. A handy, if you will. You see, when life gives you $5 lemons, you give those lemons a good squeeze. Zach understood the true cult. Or the true essence of the lemon cult. He just squeezed those lemons. Okay, so it's just thinking about it. Thinking. So the volume's gone down low. So it's not sure what it wants to do. So volume basically equates to commitment. So high volume and a direction equals commitment. Commitment has to be slowed down, turned around. Right now, there's no commitment, so it's basically going to go into a pennant shape, or it's going to time out, and then one side's going to take over. So we'll go sideways for too long, and then green or red will take over and send it up, which is basically like how a pennant works, you know, with a breakout. Generally, it doesn't drift. With low volume, you can be affected by the market more. That can cause drifting, but generally, drifting usually has a solid, constant volume. If you have no volume, then you're prone to rapid, crazy movement of the market because no one's opposing your actions. So you tend to get more volatile. And if you have absolutely zero volume, like paint drying days, you actually don't go anywhere because no one's playing. And those days are the worst. And we've lived through too many of those. Okay, well, this stock's supposed to technical breakdown. Zero volume. 5 minutes go by. And it's recovering because there was no sellers and no buyers. The worst. I used to have the volume up, but it's not super important. The bottom shows you the volume in relative terms. We're at 176 million volume right now. It's definitely slowing down. We're like, you can see from the bottom, we're like 1/10 of the volume we were earlier. That opening volume was pretty nuts. Yeah. So really, the relative volume's all that really matters. Well, at least now you're rich enough you won't pay your doctors in AMC. You're like, no, I'm paying you in cash. It's worth less. When everything goes to hell, people are going to trade AMC shares. This place is now known as the AMC Dome. We'll have our own blood sport. And I'll just keep asking people if they're entertained. Are you not entertained? Anyways, have fun surviving your constant medical of unfun. I do not envy you. Yeah, volume's going real slow now. Well, comparatively real slow. Wonder what it's thinking about. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going pretty slow. You gonna commit to some red? Are you gonna commit to some green? So now we're kind of drifting in an upwards channel. So once you're in a directional, we should see the greens, and the green volume should stay relatively strong. And then the red should be meh if we're going to keep this channel. The second we break this little mini channel, then the volume will jump one way or the other if we go up or down. And you'll see it like the volume on the bottom, those three big reds, it'll be like that. That was technically a breakout from the 30 line, which we're drifting up to as we speak. Since we stopped drifting sideways and now we're drifting upwards. But that's good. I mean, it's post-dip, so it's expected some green. This is a strong period. Usually 10:30 to 11 is generally the buyers are into control, which is what it's looking like, but the volume is quite low for what we are used to, which is interesting. I wonder why. Wonder what they're thinking about. And now they're going sideways and flat, which means I think they're going to break down again. Yeah, see, they're unable to break up. So if they got some gas, right, they would break out like they keep doing over and over again, but no one's willing to give them the gas. So now, if that's the case, they're going to teeter sideways and crash, probably down to 28.75. The problem is somebody usually always comes in at the last minute and drops like $1 bazillion driving it up. And that might still happen. But all things considered, this baby's going to sink. Oh, the crash will not be fast relevant. This crash, if it happens, will be to 28. It's not going to be quick. The real crash, it will be quick, like really quick. But you'll know it because it'll go off the page and it'll look unstoppable. And then I'll be yelling, "Vindication, free at last." That's when you know it's the real dip. Yeah. But yeah, you make your choices. I can't trade for you. I'm just calling it as I see it. So you're basically in like a little tiny pennant because it's wiggling up and down in like the cents, right? And so it's essentially a super tiny pennant. And then the indecision gets to a point, you can't just go sideways. A stock never really goes sideways. So 29.40, it won't hold that number. It has to wiggle. But eventually, if it doesn't move enough, it's going to break out one way or the other. So that's kind of what we're possibly seeing in slow-mo right now. I can't tell if it's breaking down or it's just wiggling some more on the line. So this green will tell us if the green pushes all the way up, it's going to wiggle. If it fails, it's going to go down. The volume is 181 million now, but it's considerably slowed down. So we were trading like 4, 5, 10 times the volume 20 minutes ago. So it's still a lot. The volume is still very high for normal standards, but it's 20 times lower. So it went from ludicrous to Jay-Z. Now it's Ja Rule. Ludicrous speed. Sir, we're being jammed. Raspberry. There's only one man that can do that. Yeah. Yeah. Volume is an indication of commitment. So we're having some doubts here. And I don't know what of what. Is it because of the dip? Is it because something's changed on the market? Did Ja Rule finally drop his album? Well, we're starting to slowly climb up, so it looks like we're going to wiggle on the line a little more. No change in volume. Thinking about it. It's gonna bake a cake. Making bacon pancakes. What are you doing, stock? What are you doing, step stock? Oh, you got your hand stuck in the washing machine again? Oh, man. You do that way too often, step stock. Pick a direction and let's go. $10 shares? Or 10 grand? Yeah, expansion is pretty bad idea for AMC. That'll definitely hurt the share price. In the long term, it'll be good, but in the short term, it's horrible. But the stock is so high through the moon, they're going to try to capitalize on it, right? They got all this money, so why not take, some gambles? But they just finished shutting down theaters because they expanded too much. And here they go again. Just loving to spend the dollars. Now, the good news is, at least if they're buying out rivals, from what I read, they'll be able to pick and choose winners. It's not like they're going to have to put in their own theaters and they won't have to fight for market share. It'll be existing, proven winners, and then they can get rid of the shit out of that. Which I hope they do. I hope they don't keep a pile of losers. Our share price just fucking finally recovered. And agreeable, now's the time to do anything that would hurt the share price. Why it's in the friggin' moon. Might as well tank it while it's up in the sky versus murdering it when it's at 12 or 10. So, yeah. So it's not too horrible, but yeah, hopefully as a shareholder, hopefully they do this right. So we'll see. So it looks like it's trying to roll, but we all know that doesn't mean much. At least in this current climate. Werejar is driving back from holidays, Memorial weekend. I would like to point out Werejar was so excited to buy in the pre-market. I wonder if he got in before the upswing. I'm not currently in the market, no. I do have, I think it's $9,000 or $8,000 option. I'm voting on it going down. That expires, I think, on the 12th. I got 12 days to get it under 18. We'll see how that plays out. Other than that, I'm completely out. just because it's not surging and the risk is pretty high. Although I'd say the risk of a crash is a lot lower right now just because the volume is piss. The overall direction is probably heading south, but the market hasn't figured out what it wants to do. You can see the volume is almost nothing. The stock's not moving. So it's just consolidating before it goes up, as much as I hate that statement. Or it's thinking and trying to realize that the writing's on the wall and the darkness is coming for it. But it's hard to tell which one. Because, yeah, if it doesn't go down, it has to go up. And so now is the time it should be going down if it was going to go down. So that speaks to it probably going up. But then we're so high in the clouds, so when's that going to kick in? And it's difficult. Difficult. Even the stock's waiting for a squeeze. Yeah, the squeeze might not be in the direction you're expecting, though. Oh, I'm telling you, the stock doesn't even know which way it wants to go. I'm still betting on it going down. But right now, it's showing that it doesn't know what it wants to do. So, what I think is irrelevant, it's what the market wants, right? So all I can do is read what the market is telling me, often seconds before it actually does what it does. So my wishful thinking or my hoping or my speculation is all irrelevant if the market doesn't agree with me, right? Can't wish something into existence. The market doesn't give a shit who you are. Doesn't care if you make money or lose money. It does not care. Yeah. And that's why a lot of people all become like savants at reading charts, but they're all looking at the past, right? So the market will tell you exactly what it's thinking, but you might have to wait until it actually does it. And then you're like, oh, look, the car went forwards. Well, no shit. Yeah, I saw that too, right? But it's trying to guess ahead of the market. That's the real skill, right? And so right now, the market doesn't even know what it wants to do. So for all the millions and millions of people playing, they've decided they don't want to play no more, or they decided they don't know if it's going to go up or down. They are not selling because they don't think it's done, but they're not buying because they don't think it's going up. So then what the fuck are you doing, right? They're basically on the fence, like they're waiting for something. This happens sometimes when there's news about to break. The market will freeze because the big fish basically hold the price, right? So it's a little confusing. And then this is also the buy period between 10:30 and 11, right? So the price should be surging due to increased buying after the dip. So if we're not seeing that, so if what we're seeing is the stock holding neutral, in the background we're flooring the gas pedal because it's 10:30 to 11. So if that's all we can muster, once we get past 11, that gas is going to get reduced. And so if the brakes stay the same strength they are, we're going to plummet because they, at full tilt, they weren't enough to drive us up. So we can only go down from here. We're only going to lose energy. So you can factor that in. That might be what's coming up next. We can see that red is starting to ramp up and green is ramping down. But it's too early for me to call. The chart does not speaketh its mysteries. Well, the technicals give you the clairvoyance. I'm not pulling this shit out of my ass. It's just hard because you got to balance everything. Eventually, the market will tell you the weights of all that balance, but until it tells me, it's speculation. I know what's in play, but I don't know how much it matters to everyone, right? And so when the market then does what it does, you can then confirm those speculations, right? So if I see increased green, or I see no resistance on these lines, or I see a sudden surge of volume that's sustained, that's going to change everything, right? Because it confirms one thing or denies another. But right now, if it goes sideways, it's basically saying nothing. It's saying, I don't care. It's all depressed. It's given up on life. So, anyways, so that's where we are. For those that are new to chart reading, we're just taking a little breather, having a sandwich, maybe a little juice box, a few crayons. Yeah. Generally, most of the volume is in the beginning of the day, between 9:30 and 11. I would say 80% of the volume, 70% of the volume. Now, AMC has definitely got some weird 1 o'clock volume. It's like, I say it's the stoners waking up, but for some reason, 1 o'clock, we get a surge, and that's not very common in other stocks. But yeah, I don't know why that happens. There's some group of people that 1 o'clock's their jam. Red crayons are my favorite. You can really taste the dye, or red too. Yeah, I think that's the dye. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, enough rambling. I'm just trying to give you some technical analysis as we wait for this to figure out what it's doing. We're 28.93 and we're just putt-putting along, slowly going down channel. So this is starting to look like a crown. Or not crown, sorry, a mound. So when you have a mound, this could be just a really wide W like this, which I refer to as the bat. So the bat's generally negative. So you'll have a bat, and when it'll come back down to form the wing, and then it crashes. So usually it looks kind of like this. So the idea is that you come down, you attempt a breakout, you fail. It goes to do a W, but it can't. So it goes up about, let's say, halfway of a W. It rolls. Then it attempts to make a new W between this point and this point, where it's failed on this W. And it usually completes, and then it crashes down because that was all its energy. And then that produces a bat. Or it comes down and it does two mountains, crashes, does a dead cat bounce, and then I refer to that as the cat. So you have a little kitty. So that's basically like the three kings, but there was a nuke in the middle. So instead of going bounce, 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 it went bounce, bounce, crash, half bounce. Anyways, so mounds are pretty bad, just because when you do a mound, you had all this opportunity to escape and you didn't, and now you're slowly going down. So again, you're not going down with any aggression, but the amount of effort that's required to get out of this is quite high. Because if you had that effort, why didn't you just take off earlier, right? Why all of a sudden now, right? Now, if it goes down a lot, that could be because it's discount or whatever. In this case, $1 is not a discount. Not when we go up, $5 pre-market. So what's going to happen here is we're just rolling, and now we might have a little bit of a bounce, and we'll probably go bing, bing, bing on the line, and then plummet. This might stop us, so we might go blum, 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 and then we plummet. But we'll see how it plays out. So unless green basically gets enough strength to bring us back to 30.26, it won't complete the bat shape, and it's just going to roll to its death, or its short-term death. We're still in the clouds. We got plenty of altitude before we go back to 14 or even 18. But anyways, that's where we are right now for those that are new to... Hey, Werejar, welcome back. Those that are new to this sort of analysis. But it's definitely nice that the stock's going a lot slower than the fucking crazy last 2 days. Little less engaging, but a whole lot easier to make money. You want some volatility, but if it's just redonkulous, then you're just going to lose money. You won't be able to get in and out of the market fast enough. Okay, so that's either a bounce or they're going for the bat. So I don't know which one yet, but we'll let them tell us. So it looks like they're attempting the bat. So if the bat's going to fail, it'll be at the midpoint. So we've already, it's the bottom, the middle, and the top. So the middle will be right about here. So when we hit this point, right about here is the middle. This is the top. This is the bottom. Middle is about, yeah, right about here, which will be a support line. So if it fails, so it should gap up to here. And then if it's going to fail, it'll be here. If it doesn't fail here, then the next point it fails is around here. So then if it goes past this line, you can pretty much guess it's going to go up to that line. And it'll complete the bat shape, which I really should find out what the technical term for that is. Basically a W with a mound in the middle, or a hill, but I don't know if there's probably a term for it. I just don't know it. The Three Kings with one of them's got a squish hat, or he's got a British it's a bishop, British bowler hat, and another bishop. Yeah. No, he's boiling ants at his hospital. He can't really afford a good doctor. His shares haven't been doing good, so he's just in some dirt, rural. The waiting room has some ants, and they give you some boiling water, keep you entertained. He's already ate the crayon, so... He's at the vet. Yeah. My pet ant is sick. Oh, your ant has classic antitis. Oh, that can be done over the phone, can it? Have you had any seizures lately? No. All right, everything looks good. Great. Oh, that? No, that's just the vibrating bed I put in. Damn, poor ants. Man, he's really turned into a hedgie already. I see life. I must extinguish it. To think, those ants put on their little ant pants today, and they're like, today's going to be a good day to be an ant. They were wrong. Oh, 500 shares isn't too much, but if you're looking for an entry point, it would be when you go over that black line that's about the middle of the page. Until then, I would stay out, as the risk factor is mucho. Yeah. No, it's all good. You don't want to poison your cat. And technically, too relevant, ant poison generally isn't ant poison. They use borax, and basically the ants eat it and it explodes inside them. There's no need to actually poison the ants. If you buy a bunch of borax, well, yeah, you haven't been around here long enough, Vixter. It's normal for us. Yeah, borax is good, and it won't hurt the cat. Yeah, borax is good to take out the nest. But I get you. I'd probably do the same if I had to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got it. You got it. That's how you kill dem ants. Da-na-na. Now, wait until you have to fight murder hornets. That's when you go full chemical warfare. Or cockroaches. Cockroaches, you need chemical warfare. Go nuclear. Get out some Agent Orange. Whatever you got. Yeah. Actually, cockroaches aren't bad because cockroaches are one of the cleaner bugs. The problem with cockroaches is that if you have unclean surfaces, they spread it all over the place as they run over it. That's really the biggest problem with them. Mice are the worst. Disease out the ass. If you got mice, you gotta extinguish them with extreme prejudice. Which is unfortunate for the mouse, but damn, mice are bad. Oh yeah, well, the ants basically stack their dead. They're honoring their heroes. Jeez. Now I kind of want to make an Arduino controlled solar powered death ray. So when it detects an ant using what is it, machine vision, it then rotates based on the sun and using a lux, I guess, a sensor or a photo sensor, then blast them with a death ray. It'd be like a mini Tesla coil. Aw, possums. Purpose of barcoding? There's no purpose. The stock is going sideways because it doesn't know what it wants to do. So here it tried to make the bat wing, but it failed when it touched the black line. So it should come back down, or it's going to keep bouncing against that line and try to drift up. I don't know which one, because the sellers aren't being, they were aggressive back at just before 11, but they're not being aggressive now. So it's anyone's game who's going to who's gonna play. You can see the volume is way lower, like really low. Like we're at 600 shares low when we were trading in the thousands a second. So we'll see. But this is all good signs that something is up and we're turning around. But we'll see. We will see. Construction comps. Yeah, no, it's all good. That's what this stream's all about. I just tell you what I can see on the chart. If you learn something, don't learn something, well, that's how we roll. It's all good. And the term barcoding, I don't know if that's a normal term for the stock market. If I was to use the term barcoding, it would be when a robot has control of the stock and you literally cannot go above a line. And generally you cannot go below a line either. So it literally looks like a barcode. Where here we're drifting. I'm zoomed out quite a bit because of the nature of the volatility. But we are drifting in a downwards trend now. And we're moving considerable, like 5 cents at a time. So we're not exactly barcoding by any means, even if it kind of looks like it. We're just trying to figure out what we want to do with life. Do we go to stock college or do we travel a few years? Gotta look hard at ourselves. Yep. Yeah. Did anybody ever watch Billy the Exterminator? That show was great. I learned a lot. Yeah, it depends what you're fighting. I do like hairspray and a lighter for dealing with black flies, biting flies. Yeah. Yeah, because they come in swarms, so you just torch them. And it's like, oh, thank God. Usually in the spring, when I go to the cottage, that's what I got to do. Ants aren't really a problem. I'll use barrier products to deal with ants, like dimaceous earth or a chemical barrier, perlithin, whatever. But I don't really care about ants. Not unless they've gone ham. And realistically, if ants have gone ham, it's all you got to do is just wash the surface because they work on scent trails, pheromones. So as long as you get rid of the pheromones, the ants won't come because they get lost.
So now we're testing the breakout. So if we go over this line, then you'd want to buy in because it's probably going to go to 30. Yeah, you could do salt. Damacious earth is like basically tiny shards of glass. So it cuts them right up. Salt dries them up. Yeah, salt would. I mean, think of it. The salt granules are huge. So it'd be like us walking over like ground that sucks all the water out of us, right? Yeah. Yeah, it depends on like what you have to do, right? Like if you have to wage war because there's an anthill underneath your house and they're pouring through the basement, then, boiling water and a whole bunch of borax and salt or sugar and water would do them in, right? But if it's just a matter of like you left out cat food and now there's a giant trail going to your cat food, you chuck the cat food, let them eat it, and then mop up the trail, and they won't come back because the scent trail's gone, basically. Yeah. Oh, eggs are great. Right, so just trucking along. It's possible. Right now we're completing the bat shape. And you see how it broke over the line and you got a boost, right? Exactly what I'm talking about. Now, once you do the boost, it's unsure if it's going to continue, but yeah. Well, it's a bat shape with a broken wing. It's yeah, you can see the bat shape. So if I remove the drawings, there's your bat shape. So, and then this wing is a little crippled, but eventually, it makes its way up. And so there's your bat. See? And it usually starts with that as well. And then it comes back and does that. Yeah. So we'll see how it plays out. Ant fueled booster. Yeah, we're going to grind up the ants and use them for fuel. So we're now at 210 million. And it is 11:18. Ooh, excuse me. And we're currently at 30:38, and they're going for an attempted push. And we'll just put this back. And I'll clean this out. So the push hit the support line and got pushed back. But if it breaks the support line, then you'll get another boost. Do. So my initial, as you saw with the drawings, my initial is that it was going to roll, get underneath, and bounce. So here we went and we bounced, and we should have came back down, but then the sellers didn't do anything. And so given enough time, either the sellers or the buyers will break out. In this case, it was the buyers. They slowly drifted up, pushed hard over the line with an increased volume. That volume's like 8 times to get us over the line. Now we're drifting up to the next line. Without that volume spike, we would have hit the top and probably rolled back down. But again, you can't predict volume, so tis what it is. Thank you for the kind words. Where are we going? So we're at 213 million volume now. Let's see if the volume's picking up on the way down. So right now this is about half the volume. So if you look at the volume, we're using about half the volume to go down that we used to go up. And so what that means is the buyers aren't stopping it. There is buyers stopping it, but it's not like they're evenly matched. If they're evenly matched and it goes down, then it means the sellers are just flooring it and the buyers are flooring it. And so the volume will just go through the roof because they're both slamming on the pedals. So when you see lack of volume, but good price motion, it means the other side is given up or they're just waiting. And if they're just waiting, it means it can be reversed very easily. If they've given up, then things are about to get much worse. But, you know, why give up now? Why didn't you give up earlier, right? So I highly doubt they just gave up. So they're probably just sitting and waiting. A temporary give up, basically. And we'll find out why soon. Well, if I hit 100,000 subs or whatever, then I'm quitting my day job. And I'll do this full time. Yeah, I can make enough money as is, and I am, to survive. And so if I go full time, then it's just, you know, fucking great. And then I can do my political stuff in the background after I do the stream. But I hope you'll all remember me when you're all filthy rich. Yeah. We've made a lot of money together. Or, well, you've made yourself a lot of money, to be perfectly honest. We just were in the chat at the same time. But never think that I'm making you this money. You're pulling the trigger. You're taking the risks. This is all on you. So be proud of your accomplishments. Unless you're Werejair, and then, well, it's hard being him. It's like we just won't talk about him. In fact, I should check if his cat food dish is full of ants. I haven't checked on him in a while. He's been in the basement all weekend, not chained up to the wall. See you, my name. All right. Who saw what coming? Oh, is it Lauren coming in to gloat? Picked a bad time to gloat. Wait till it goes up a little bit more. It's all good. I don't mind, people being a little cocky, because realistically, you gotta cheer yourself on, right? When things go your way, I'm all for it. Um, I'll still have my vindication. It's coming. Yeah. Because yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day. So even if I'm wrong, I'll eventually be right. You know, e- eventually on a long enough scale, right? But I'm speaking from experience, and the stock is clearly trying to defy reality. But we'll see. My other put is still good. I got 12 days for it to go back down to 18. You can't say any with absolutes, Kenny. It won't. It can't. Those are words you can't use on the stock market. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I did qualify it with the word soon. Anybody that just gives, shit advice won't specify when, and they won't specify the amount, because those two things you can't. So they'll just say it goes up and it goes down. It's like, well, no shit, Sherlock, right? But I'm still banking on probably not 14, but close to 14, and sometime soon, because we can't sustain this redonkulousness. But with all the stuff that's transpired, I don't think we're going right back to exactly 14, because 14 is a huge support line. And now we got all this extra money and things are better and people are more psycho. So it's like we'll probably stay out of its gravitational pull, which would put us to 1450, somewhere around there, maybe. But I don't know. I do not know. So one day. I would say soon. My money's on soon. Yeah. Yeah. Well, $12 is normally a lot. Like, consider how long it took us to go up $1. It took us like 3 months, right? But because we're in psycho mode, we're very volatile. So we could go down. We went up $5 in the pre market, right? We can easily go down $10. That's not hard. We can go right back to 20. Um, so yeah, but positive news, the stock is still worth negative $6. So even if there was a ton of positive news, the company is fundamentally not worth even a buck. So it's definitely not worth 30 times nothing, right? Um, so eventually we'll come back to fundamentals and reality. And as this world opens up, then we'll stop being a -6 or negative $19 company, and we'll start becoming a positive dollar company, and then it will all kind of work out over time. But right now, this is definitely too much, too quick. And we all know, anybody that's been following this channel, what happens. Shit goes south. You have to pay. It's not blatantly untrue. Go do your DD. This company is generating negative money. And right now, I think they're $1 million positive, I think is their cash flow. But with all their debt and all this other stuff, they're essentially worth, let's say, 6 times in the hole than they are out of the hole, right? So, but eventually, like, they have so much money that basically the debt, that -6, -19, isn't quite accurate, because it's like, you have a ton of debt. Yeah, but I can't pay off the debt early, but I have $1 billion in my back pocket. So it's like, yeah, I got a lot of debt, but I also could just pay it all off if I wanted to, right? So it's kind of meh. Um, but it's still a liability. It's still a looming problem, and they can still waste this money if they want to, right? Yeah, what is it right now? Let me just check. It's currently earnings per share is negative 1980, but I think most conservative estimates have it at 1 to 6 in the hole. Yeah, but they restructured the debt that they have, right? But they still have that debt, and they even said in the earnings call, they still have that debt they can't pay off early, but they're just going to set the money aside because a lot of loans you can't pay back early. You have to guarantee the creditor a certain income over a certain period, or you pay crazy fines for paying back early. Which, what's the point, right? So, yeah. No, they still have a chance of going bankrupt. They have no chance of going bankrupt for about a year and a half. Now they just made a bunch of purchases, so that's going to bring them down probably to a year. So if you buy stock in your own company and hope for a squeeze, and the squeeze doesn't happen, you're now taking losses. Because when you buy your company's stock, you're essentially shifting money. You pay yourself the equivalency of the shares. And so the money goes from your free liquid money into investing in yourself. And then there's a net zero. But the second the stock moves, you've gained or lost money. And so that's the problem with that. So they know it's going to go down. So why are they going to pile in and then take a, multi-million-dollar loss? So yeah, well, you don't care what happens next year, but anyone that's investing does. Any big person that invests does. Because you may not see the squeeze, and then you're holding on to a company that's slowly dying, right? Yeah, you have to have a little bit of long sight. It's okay to look in the short term because the short term is what matters, but you have to look at the macro as well, or you're going to get blindsided. Yeah. Well, 14, like, it depends on how we go down. 14 may not even be the number. We might even go down lower if the crash is so severe or so delayed. And imagine Amazon buying AMC. That would be nuts. That would put our share price through the roof because AMC will turn a profit when they do this. And so they'll make money, and then there'll be a buyout offer, and then the shares will get converted or whatever. And anyways, it would probably be nuts. You would definitely want to be a shareholder when that happens. And then all the people piling in to speculate. Oh, so much money. So much money. Yeah. Yeah. Or even Disney. Disney might try to get into physical theaters, but you'll make way more money technically streaming. Like if you could get everybody hooked on your streaming, there's so little cost. The ability to scale is so good, right? But if you're owning like the last of the theaters, then you have a monopoly. And as long as you scale properly, you have the content. You can digitally stream anything out of your repertoire. So it's like, yeah, there's quite a power play to be there. Yeah, except the problem is a theater needs to be kind of gender neutral, because how do you screen the latest Bond in a Disney theater, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Like I would love a theater that's more upscale. Like it's a James Bond theater all the time. But then all of a sudden you're doing a kids show and, you know, Disney, the latest Disney, and it's like, But they really should try theming the theaters. Like, if I go to a premiere, I want the experience. Like, you know, hype it up a little for me versus just being, you know, a wasteland and you sit down in a seat with like-minded people. Like, really play into that experience is really what I would like to see. I've been to one in Canada, and the Canadian ones are better than our local stuff, but there's nothing, you know, to write home about. Oh yeah, they're modern, right? But most of our Canadian theaters have updated, or they're out of business, basically. Yeah. So we're trending on 30. Do. Hopefully you can't hear the drilling that's above my head. Nice and annoying. Oh, I got my medical insurance is now going through the wash right now. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Chris, of the joy. Oh, I just got an alert from Google. Canopy Growth Corporation missed their earnings per share by 582%, which means they were off by 5.8 times what was expected. Oh, my sweet Lord. I want to see how plummeting into hell they are right now. Oh, geez. Oh, boy. Oh, man, not that bad. Only down 1%. That's interesting. Oh, they're staving off the crash. Okay, so the crash is about to happen. So as you see here, they hit a floor, which probably is some major line, and they're about to go nova. Oh my sweet God. So they were estimated as losing 25 cents per share, and they've lost 1.80 cents per share. Sweet Jesus. And how many shares do they have? They have 237 million shares. So they lost basically, well, you can just double that number, almost $400 million. Fuck. Ugh. Rip. Yeah, that's going to crash like no one's business. I'm surprised it's not as bad as it. I mean, how bad was it? Okay, it was only 6%. Well, we'll come back to this. This is probably a train wreck about to happen. Oh, the volume's really low. Well, that's weird. Oh, no, never mind. The volume's really high. They usually trade 1 million shares a day. Oh, Canadian stocks. Such training wheels. So they're basically well over their daily volume. They're almost hitting 1 million within the half a day. Nice. Well, we'll just we'll leave that one. I'm gonna put that one on the board. That is incredible loss. But it may be priced in People knew it was losing, and then they fucking told, like, they already knew, right? Actually, let me just quickly look at that now that I got it on fast click. Let's see if we go back 3 months. Have they been in a downwards? They've been in a bit of a downward cycle. So they were already pricing it in. Yeah. So they've been pricing it in for a while. So they dropped 38% or so, and now they're down basically 6%. I sold up here to get into AMC. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is back during the squeeze. Holy fuck, they've been losing money out the ass. The estimates have been really bad. Six times wrong. 75% up. God, what a mess. But yeah, I used to invest in these guys. I bought in down here, and I got out in like 2018 or so. So I got all of this. Made a lot of money. Could have made some more. 31 to 60 would have doubled my money. Shit. But yeah, this was great. Going from $1 to 11. That was a lot of money in my pocket. Oof. Big oof. All right, let's go back to AMC. So we're just teetering, trying to figure out our life. Yeah. So my workplace said, "You're a valued member and we want you back." And it's like, yeah, they sent me an email saying, like, if you can't get any medical papers soon, we're going to fucking fire you. And I'm like, whoa, hold your horses, ass wipes. But I said it politely. I have a background in HR. I took it in college, among other things. And it's like you have to, job abandonment's a real thing. People are like, oh, I'll come back eventually. 3 weeks go by, month go by. So you have to start the paperwork, just like a tenant eviction. You got to start the paperwork even if you don't want to, because it just takes a long period of time. But they worded it like, if you don't find your doctor thing, we're going to bring down the hammer of God on you. And I'm like, yeah, I get that message. Makes sense when we're not in COVID. And, you know, I had 2 months to get a doctor's note. We're in the middle of COVID. There's a fucking pandemic. And I can't even go to the doctor's office. So fuck you guys. So I gave them a little bit of shit for their canned letter. But anyways, so as I was saying earlier, at least now my medical is going to come through. So I won't have to use, well, I'll have more money for stock market, A. And 2, I won't have to use my stock winnings to live. So. Bear Claw donuts. So good. So now we're going sideways again. Back on this support line of 30-ish. All right, I think I'm going to grab a tiny bit of food while this is sideways in. Since this is going to be a long haul kind of day. But just like every other day, you never know what's around the corner. It might seem slow. Give it a few minutes and boom, landmine. Negative bazillion. And I'm going to change the title to Vindication. That's just going to be the name. Nothing else, just Vindication. All right. Got myself some gruel, some milled oats in water. Step up from dog food. So they're going for a push on the line. Zoom in. There. Do. Still can't break that line. So we'll try to get a push at noon. And then if that doesn't come through, then we could probably say curtains. It's the little stock that thinks it could, but actually can't. So it's trying to break up over that line. Gonna make a push. Let's see. Asking for a friend. I'd probably let it ride out right now since it's in the middle of a breakout, but I'm guaranteed I would have been sold already. If you haven't sold, then just hold on because this is the breakout right here. You'll know when the crash is coming because the volume will go through the roof. We're just not there yet. Don't cheer too early. The peeper is peeping. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. $100K end of day. Really? Matt Kors is going to go on Fox? What a guy. And what is he going to say? Well, what can he say that won't incriminate him? Oh, yeah, I'm behind the Reddit squeeze. I want to pump this shit right up. Buy AMC. Incriminate yourself. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it is Fox, right? I don't expect anything good to come from it, but yeah, definitely there's I don't know what he's getting out of it though, aside from I guess hype, reputation. Like I wouldn't go on Fox or any news article for that. I'm nowhere as good as the people that they interview. Like I'm not bad at this game, but I am not a fucking pro. Like, well, we want a retard perspective. Why? What a waste of everyone's time. Don't mind me. I'm trying to land a spaceship here on the side. And it does not want to land. What the fuck? There's some type of... Sorry. There's some type of gravity I can't fight here. Okay. Oh, now I know what's going on. Got it. I recently upgraded the ship, and as a result, not all the engines shut off anymore. There we go. That's what's going on. Okay, perfect. Thrusters on, off. All right. There we go. Sweet. All right, more gruel. Electric vehicles are awesome. I love how quiet they are. All right. So it's just going to be a little bit, it's gruel. But instead of traditional gruels made with rye, these are oats. So I'm eating watered oats, which is basically porridge. Shouldn't upset my stomach too much. There we go. Oh, Windows. There we go. Just want to move the damn chart. Windows is like me. Give me all the troubles. So I got myself a handy dandy spaceship now for long hauling all this sweet ores. Took me all weekend, about almost 13 hours to find fucking cobalt on this planet. There's only a 2% chance of finding it. Oh boy, that was a lot of flying around in circles. Okay, where's the hole? Damn it, the hole keeps getting filled in by server restarts. Gotta dig again. Alright, fine. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna idle around 30, but we're definitely gonna have a lifted price. I agree. I was very hyped about Ark. Then it came out and it sucked, and then I never got into it. This game is more of a creative building game versus survival. They're just finally adding weapons into the game. Euro poor. I love that term. It's a win-win or a lose-lose. Yeah. Either way, it's going to be lose-lose. Wait, what? There's no winners on the stock market, just various degrees of loss. Ah, you're one of those that haven't lost yet. Got it. You know, but it's nice that, you know, AMC's got this win. You know, it's gotten people all hyped up, and it's good for morale, definitely. You can definitely see how cocky all these people on Reddit are getting. You know, this is their first big win, and this is a very big win, right? But yeah, they're gonna lose their shirts sooner than later. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, all the back to all the prayer posts and wishful thinking, and when this moons again, part 3. Well, the last time wasn't the real one. 10 years from now, same thing. Yeah, you got it, FOC. I can guarantee 100% the stock will not go backwards. I think Kenny is the older brother of Zach. He wants to give out the handies. Oh, I misread that. There's a buy wall at 100K. I'm like, yeah, if we get that high, I'd be buying too. Wow. All right. Give me your microphone. Dar she blows. Oh, gotta lay down now since I ate some food. Gastrointestinal. It's not the worst problem to have. I definitely prefer it over, I don't know, headaches and heart attacks. This is infinitely better. So this looks like it might be going for a W. Poof. It's a huge push. Looks like Bernie Sanders might be lurking in the audience. Nice. That's a solid push. So it broke out with a lot of volume. Then it went over itself. Doesn't mean it will hold, but that's a good breakout. Volume is pretty good on it, too. Yeah, look at her go. Pew, pew. Yeah, exactly. You can play the breakouts, you just have to get out really quick. I wouldn't be in for the long haul. It's dangerous. Oh, I'm going to have to... going for the push. Looks like it's lost its energy. Too early to tell, though. Oh, no. This should be a technical breakout. Good, good. I called that one a little early. I was like,
and then I realized no. Nice push. So this is going to keep continuing until something stomps on them. Get that FOMO warmed up. So if you're seeing, so Daryl's talking about a raising floor. And so what that is that they're trying to take on a position and they're following the bid or the ask. So that wall is there so they can guarantee a price. And then they're just kind of drifting up. So that's probably robotic buying. Which could be institutional buy-in. Although I'm very hesitant to think institutionals care about us. Could be. Again, it would be more active investing. So it'd be more aggressive investment firms. But it could be. It's a very common tactic to have a follow bid or follow ask. And so you basically follow it by a certain amount of points. And then when it crashes, you catch the dip, essentially. Yeah, still all about the 14s. I'm with you on that one. Good job, Kevin. He's just gonna do it for the gram. 58,000 shares though is a lot of money. That's about $500,000. This price probably. Yeah. So I don't know where he's getting that money from, but probably YouTube dollars. Because that is a lot of money. Yeah. Jeez. $500,000, eh? Holy fuck. If we ever get there, I'll definitely be splitting some of that money with you guys. Holy shit. That's crazy. Crazy talks. We'll do some legal gambling. Or something. Or end of day bets, I'll just put constant, whoever wins gets $10 or something. And then at least it's not gambling because you don't have to put any money in. Something like that. It's just me giving away money. And that way I can get away with it. I wouldn't say respect the hustle. You're still a sleazy piece of shit. You know, it's impressive, but, you know, prostitution makes a lot of money too. And I have more respect for a prostitute than I do someone that whores themselves out on YouTube. At least the prostitute tends to be good at what they do, or they don't have a choice. YouTube personalities have a choice, and they chose poorly. But the money speaks for itself, right? So, same reason I don't like, you know, CEOs. of big corporations, because it's like, oh, cool, you got a sweet ass job, but you're still a pretty shitty person on the inside. Job doesn't make a man. The quality of the person makes him. But anyways, enough musing here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I dated an exotic entertainer once. She had quite the backstory. She was born the day Chernobyl went nova. And so she has like incredible health issues, like tons of blood issues, like basically lupus, body's falling apart. So she got into exotic dancing / prostitution to pay her bills. Like her medical bills are insane. And I'm like, interesting. But yeah, she was an interesting lady. But holy crap. Just the issues. Yeah. Plus, generally not something you drop on your date, you know? Just drop the hammer on them. It's like, wow, that's a lot to process. Yeah. 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 She was born the day of the nuclear incident. She got toasted. We secretly find out that Sam is the boyfriend in all those TikTok videos. Can you stop taking selfies? Oh, looks like we're going in another breakout. Gonna push this baby. Deliver it. There she goes. And it might hold. Vilified? Oh. Oh, so she's one of the 1 o'clock stoners. So it's apparently housewives that come in at 1 o'clock? Validated. Vilified is to make evil. Like, hedge fund people are vilified. She did duck face before it was cool. It's all good. It's all good. I was trying to figure out what you wanted to say, because I'm like, okay, I get what you're trying to say, but let's just make sure it's relatively the correct. Oh yeah, cobalt. Fucking hard to find this shit. Tasty, tasty radioactive metals. Looks like it's going for another push. And it's in a power shape too. If it can get over those reds, it's going to go for another run. If you're looking for a buy-in point. Yeah, if you guys are all new to stocks, long weekends are no fun. You're just like, come on, Monday. As a lot of people have learned, Mondays are like the most exciting day ever. Yeah. Excuse me. Long Beach. Well done. Oh, didn't somebody go to California? Is Long Beach in California? Yeah, someone was on a road trip. I think that was Stacy. Or Arizona. I do not know. Yay. I know my American geography a little bit. Just a tad. And I learned that Gold Beach is Australia. And Gold Beach isn't really that great. I stood on it and I'm like, this is just a beach. And it's like, and then nearby, it's like in a suburb too. It's like you see with a lot of waterfront properties in older neighborhoods. It's like the beach is a completely different thing. And then it's just houses and kids 2 inches away from it. And it's like, this is weird. Yeah. Well, there's Gold Beach in Australia. It's super famous. But I was driving down the coast of Australia from the top eastern point, and I drove all the way to basically the middle bottom point to Brisbane. And then at that point, it was like, okay, I could drive another 3 days and make it to Sydney. But I'll save that for the next time I visit. I'll go Brisbane to Sydney. And it'll be fun. Oh, the road trip? Yeah, that was my vacation. So I drove for basically 30 days, give or take. I spent basically 14 days on the road, I think. But yeah, I just wanted to get a feel for the people of Australia, so I just drove in random cities, random towns. Yeah, because really that's the way to do it. Like if you just visit, like in America, people are quite the same, right, to Canadians. So when I travel, it's just a matter of people get fatter or people get a little bit more aggressive, um, depending where I go, um, or fearful. Man, when I was in Chicago, oh man, people scatter. It's like, people are just moving around like scattered ants, and it's like, this place must have a lot of crime. Nobody wants to stay on the surface for too long. And geez, the amount of rats in New York City, holy crap. So much rats and so much trash. The place just smells like a perpetual garbage landfill. It's garbage day somewhere in Manhattan every fucking day. And it's roasting in the sun, and oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, I had a layover in Chicago coming back from Japan. So I gave it a walk around and didn't get to see much, but people were scattering. And I did the same thing in Boston. I was there for an overnight because we had actually engine failure. The airplane's like, we're going to land early because one of our engines isn't working. And you're landing in Boston instead of, I think I was supposed to go back to New York. And I don't know. Or we got diverted, bad weather and the combination of the engine or whatever. And so I got an overnight in Boston. And that was pretty good. I went down to the market and all that, but not much to write home about. It's kind of bland. Some old buildings. It's like, yeah, it's all right. Yeah. New York museums were, or Manhattan's museums were nice. World class, of course. Yeah. If that's directed at me, no. My extent to the U.S. is New York State, Chicago, downtown Boston, um, and New Jersey airport. And that's it. Because for Canadians, it's cheaper to travel to the States than fly overseas. So most of my experience has just been connecting flights. But I've been to Japan. Um, Again, same thing. New city every day or every 2 days. Although I could live in Tokyo forever. And Australia was just one big road trip. Singapore, 14 days, or no, 4 days in Singapore. Yeah. Japan is good. Culturally, underneath the layers of being a tourist, it might suck. Um, but I haven't really spent enough time to really know. I wouldn't say how bad it is, but how difficult it is. It can't be that bad. It's Japan, but you can definitely tell there's problems. Definitely. But as a tourist and not speaking the language, I didn't really have the time to scratch that. So, well, Canada does a lot of BBQ. We cook even in the dead of winter. That's one thing we do a lot of. The barbecue, almost everyone has a barbecue. I don't know what a CDN is. Singapore is not bad. It's very short. Like you can walk the entire country, city state, in probably let's say 6 days. But if you want to just see the sights, you wouldn't need more than 2 days. Like you can walk the whole downtown core in a matter of hours. And then there's a few things that are north near Malaysia. But it's like, it is tiny as fuck. At least coming from like Canada. Like Manhattan, I walked Manhattan Island. Like I walked all the way almost to the other end of that silly island when it turns into kind of like swampland. I walked right through Harlem, just kept going to whatever the next thing is called, and just kept going and going and going. And that only took like a few hours. Like it's not that big. Japan, Tokyo, I walked right out of Tokyo, which was even smaller, and that took 5 hours. And I walked because you can walk about 38 kilometers in 8 hours, and most cities are not that wide, at least in a radius. They're usually about 15 kilometers wide times 2, maybe 30, and then it's 60 total. But anyways, I was quite surprised because I was like, oh man, where's this place? And then I'm like, oh, I passed it like 30 minutes ago. Whereas in Canada, it's like I could walk for an hour and still not be somewhere. In Japan, you walk for 10 minutes and you walked by it. Beaver tails are bad. They suck. And you have an American knockoff. When I was in Manhattan, there's right across from the UN building, there's a place that does basically beaver tails. I walked in and I was like, the hell? You stole this, you son of a bitch. But then I don't think they have a thing on baked pastry. I don't think you can own that. Yeah. Yeah, it's just whatever it is. Deep fried pastry. Oh shit, going for a push with the volume nonetheless. What's the news? What? Something's up. Now it's interesting if that capital group bought into AMC in an effort to acquire it. I'd be curious. That would drive the price up. Yeah, big dick energy. But what a weird time. But look at the bid ask. This bid ask is like 10 times the sell. And the spread is huge. 70-80. There's a 10-cent spread. So there must be running out of shares. $100K end of day.
Definitely looking good for continuation. The spread's starting to close. It's now 6. The hell's going on? Well, it looks like they're running out of shares. But who's trying to gobble them up and why? So whoever's gobbling them up is paying a very bad price because they're paying like a 20-cent spread, 18-cent spread, 5-cent spread. So they're paying like 5 to 20 cents more than they need to. But why is the rush? Interesting. Something change? Well, I don't know. I would say this is an interesting play. I think it's going to continue. Hmm. Interesting. What broke on the screen? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll fix that. I forget I can't close that window. Okay, so if AMC just announced you don't have to wear masks, that's not worth a rally. Possible. We are high in the clouds, and we did have consistent days of green, right? So it's quite possible, we're on the edge of the squeeze again. Oh, big fish sell off. Let's see how quickly this is destroyed. I guess whoever got in on that rally, just like it lost steam. And when it showed it wasn't going to continue. Whew. See how much green pushes back. So if green doesn't push back and we go under that black line, then you may want to reduce your position. That was a lot of volume. But see, that's like one fish. If all the fish go, oh boy. Yeah, I was looking like it was going to continue, and then someone just said, fuck it. Nope. Just shot it dead. But see, that's the problem and why I'm not in the market. It's just so fucking volatile. So now if this goes over this black line, we're probably going to stay angry for a bit. Yeah, pimp slap. Exactly. What did the five fingers say to the stock? Sell, bitches. Charlie Murphy. Darkness. Darkness Brothers. I mean, before Wesley Snipes. So there's the bounce. Yeah, it could be like someone just withdrawed from the ETF, or someone pulled their own personal portfolio, right? Something like that. Basically, just wait till it goes under the black line. If it doesn't go under the black line, then it'll likely go back up. But the risk is, you know, at any second you could have a big fish pull out, right? Since we're now on the other side of going up, if you will. So previously we were going up, you know, it was big fishes just dumping money stupidly. Now it's, I think we're on the other side of that now. So we'll see. But yeah, it's good to know, notice trends, because then that helps you understand who and what are going on. No, sells are usually market orders. Unless they're trying to get out gracefully, like say Wanda, they're going to they're just going to hit it to the market because they're trying to get out before everyone else. So. Shit. That ground is coming up way too close. There we go. All right. Come on. I have to crash this thing. There's my little cargo ship. Oh, I just realized those engines aren't level. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it looks like it's going to test going down. Oops. Where's the... Oh, shit, it's over there. Oopsie daisies. No. Abort. Oh, shit. That was close. Yeah, I lost all my forward thrusters, so I have to fly this thing like a helicopter. I have to lean forwards and then bank backwards if I want to slow down. Yeah, it looks like we're trying for a breakdown. Okay. So now I'm just going to try to connect these two together. Get some sweet, sweet minerals. Come on. So we're batting the line. Looks like we're going under. Going down under. Boom. Fucking finally docked. Holy crap, that took a while. Well, I'm surprised canopy growth isn't tanking more than it currently is. Jeez. I guess at this point they don't care. They're like, oh, we just lost $1 bazillion. They're like, who's not losing bazillions these days? Oh, all right. It's just teetering. So we got 3 hours till end of day. And we're just passing. We'll get a 1 o'clock boost. But we're just passing the what's the word for it? The peak. So midday peak. So that should be our all-time high for today. And then now it should be us slowly getting down to where we want to be. Oh.
You think the 1245 is Murdoch Capital bailing out of AMC? That would be quite the turnaround. Oh, really? Shit. So what? They rode it for like a day? Not even a day, and they got out? Clock is stuck. No? What clock is stuck? Oh, yeah, it is. No, there it goes. I'm looking at the time and it's moving on my screen. 13:01. You're about just under 8 seconds delayed. Yeah. Well, maybe when the word gets out. Interesting. But then that's a good example of news, right? How news affects stocks. Uno reverse card, yeah. It's time to duel. Shoot. Well, this might be the beginning of the end. If this can start a rout once the news gets out, then this should go ham. Come on. I think Eggs is looking for the... Oh, no, he gave up. 46 million, eh? Jesus. Well, they also know it's too rich for their blood, right? So they realize the squeezes are going. And then they're just like, oh, we better get in, right? But they know what I know. Anybody that's worth their weight in trading knows this is stupid. Stupid high. But then, like I've always said, even if it's stupid high and it makes no fucking sense, you can still make money off of it. Just keep in mind. Don't be super confident that it can only go up. Because you'll find out real fast. But yeah, they probably have a risk, and they just said, "Hey, look, it's not moving anymore. Let's pull the plug." 46 million in the bag. So good. God. Imagine, eh? Oh, hey, boss, just made us 46 mil. Ah, that's pussy numbers. Get those numbers up. Like, god damn. Yeah, you want to sell on an upswing, and that way you can you don't screw your price, right? But not bad. They played it right, just like I would have. Right now, I'm just staying out because, oh boy, I've already made my bet, and I don't feel like losing any more money. But very nice. Good job, whoever they are, Capital. Kubrick? No. Mudrick. We can rename this stream to Lemon Capital. Or, I don't know. Something to do with cults. Cultist Emporium. We got your finest cult wares. This side of the 7 Cthulhu Seas. Damn. 43 million. Lemon hands. Well, something professional like Citrus Capital. Something that alludes to it being weird, but still sounds professional. It would be great if stock only goes up. I feel you, Pam. But, yeah, Citradel. That's a good one. You guys look familiar. Do we? Please enter this room. Citradel. And it's a lemon with a crown instead of the castle. Nice. And our breakaway group can be yellow rock instead of black rock. Citradel and yellow rock. We go and replace people with cultists. Good times. Now we're trending upwards. Yeah, we're still thinking about it. But nothing's happening. Volume's back down. We're floating around 31.57. Good money. I think you're gonna find freedom that there's nothing nefarious. If there was something nefarious, the SEC would do something about it. And if there is something evil, it's gonna be a matter of them bending the rules kind of deal. Nobody can be overtly evil on the stock market because you'll get nailed. I mean, I guess you could try not to get caught, but you know, other people will rat you out for money. Yep. Enjoy life, Pam. See you whenevers. Yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm just curious to see how all these talking heads are gonna keep pulling stuff out of their butts. Like, it's impressive how you can run a trading stream and you just keep hopping from one thing to another. Like, don't people call you out or like, you know, verify anything you say? It's like, but I guess if you're speculating on garbage, all they can do is use garbage to verify you. And then the garbage would say, yeah, he's right. So I guess maybe that's it. It's like using the Bible to prove the Bible. It's like, yeah, of course it proves it. Well, no shit. I wrote a book that proves the book is right. So. Yeah. We're going to 14. We're very close to it. Although I shouldn't say very close, not at 31. Close to it. Very's maybe a little too strong now. A good example of FOMO over nothing is the original stock market crash, which was the tulips in Holland. Went up to like what, $62 a bulb, then crashed down to like less than $1. It's like, well, supply and demand, and guess what? Demand went to 0. Rip. Now you're oversupplied, and goodbye all your money. Now, of course, I guess, you know, the tulip maker, you know, doesn't friggin' care. He's farming tulips. He just, you know, ooh, I lost a batch of tulips. But the middleman that paid for the tulips to try to, I don't know, peddle them, he's fucked. Because I can just go to the market and get it for $1 now. And he paid 60 plus to the supplier. He's gone. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I mean, you're going to make calls right. And I'm going to make calls wrong. You know, I won't try to steal your thunder. It's just when you make a call, rather than, hey, stock's going to go up. Well, yeah, you're eventually going to be right if you just keep saying that every 10 minutes, right? So, but you have to qualify it with a little bit more than stock will go up. Because, well, anyone can say that. But, yeah, definitely I would not have expected the strength of the buyers. They're definitely a lot muted today. But that was pretty insane yesterday or Friday. Like, just went ham on the volume. We almost did, what, 1 billion shares? We don't even have that many. Like, so yeah, that was a little unexpected. I expected some energy, but not that much. That was nuts. Yeah. Well, yeah. It comes with experience, you know. Not that I'm the most experienced in the world, but I've been burned so many times now. I can tell you the stove is hot. You know, I can spare you the face burn. Face tattoo, not a good idea. Been there, done that. Yeah. Oh, no. I did. So when you have squeezing is based on momentum, right? So when you have the momentum, just like about 30 minutes ago, if that kept going up, it could trigger a squeeze. But anytime you have any selling, the squeeze potential basically goes away. You need constant pressure with no major selling, and that's going to potentially kick off the squeeze, right? Yeah. But we've seen like mini squeezes potentially, but we haven't seen the squeeze. It would just be straight up the page if it was a thing, we'd be at $50 and we'd all be going, what the fuck? But yeah, there's got to be at least a little bit of mini squeezing going on, because that can't be all FOMO the other day, because that's just nuts. I mean, it's possible, but that's just nuts. If that's all just people rushing in and there's no real squeeze potential. But I mean, anything's possible, right? We're never going to know unless we took a poll, I guess. I don't know how you'd find out. The SEC forms should be out now, so we can see who bought in, institutional, and all that jazz. We could go look at that and try to figure out how much is FOMO, how much is institutional. But yeah, anyways, it don't matter. What matters is you guys are all rich now. I'm a little less rich, but we're having a good time. Having a good time, having a good time. So we're basically haven't moved in almost 15 minutes. So could this be the beginning of the end? Are we going to get a sell-off? Are people going to get impatient? Are we going to go see Davy Jones' locker? We almost made it to Davy Jones' locker on Friday. Why not today? Come on, AMC. Go for a swim. The water's good. Ignore the sharks. The beginning of the beginning. Ah, Caesar. It is not the beginning of the end, but the beginning of the beginning. What? Why are you fighting people, Kenny? Exactly. Rip. A person will just come back with another account. This stream's not the place to be fighting with people. Yeah. And I love how in the beginning it's like, people get banned if they have a difference in opinion. I come in peace. A couple hours later, fuck you, everybody fuck me. It's like, okay. Yeah. It's not the law-abiding citizens that talk about the police all the time. It's the ones that have a lot of interaction with them. Lesson learned. Yeah. Yeah. There's no such thing as peace, only war. 40K universe. Peace. There cannot be peace as long as Xenos live. The heretic, the Xenos, and the... Oh, it's the other one. Heretic, the Xenos, and the mutant? I think it's the mutant. Yeah, it's not fair to everybody else in the chat if we have questionable folks. It's not for me. It's for you guys. I can handle them. But you guys don't need to read their garbage. Now we're testing the black line again. Or, well, we were. So this is another dome shape, which might turn into another bat. Although this one wouldn't be like a bat because that red on the left, we now know why that happened. So that was just an oversell. But we're not recovering from the oversell. So that's not a good sign overall. If you have a huge sell-off, recovery should be quick. And the market says, no, that was dumb. We're still going up. In this case, the market says, ow, thought about going back up, and now it's cresting. So it's not a good sign, at least for those that are voting it's going to go up. Now, it still doesn't mean anything if people are willing to dump shit ton of money buying the dip. Because we don't know where they're going to just buy the dip, right? But anyways, the point is it probably won't make the bat shape because that red doesn't count. It's an anomaly, if you will. Too bad it's not the real Bob Saget. That guy's a legend. He came to Ottawa and man, he was filthy. He headlined for Snoop Dogg. It was great. Fucking filth. So good. And sorry for the background noise if you can hear it. Fucking drilling over my head again. Okay. Sweet, that is a lot of ice. Okay. Comedy's comedy, right? You know what's real crazy? I think this stock is gonna act like a stock. Correct answer. Man, you must be out of your fucking mind. Is the assembler broken? No, it's fine. Pretty much. Howard's nailed it. And I'll add to it that the market doesn't give a shit. Either way. It's like, we might not care, and the market definitely does not care. Not one friggin' cent. Market doesn't care if you need the money for whatever. It don't care. No prayer posts. Well, it turns out everybody that tends to be total suck here always starts off saying, I come in peace. And then we find out the inevitable betrayal. Okay. At least today's not fire alarm day. That was no fun. Thank God video games exist. I would die if I had to. Wow, I just warped through the world. I had to stare at a screen without any possible recourse. I guess books would have existed. To read a book. That book on oil is quite good. So it's starting to trend up. Don't know what that's gonna mean. Going for a small push. Yeah, it's a reading rainbow. The key takeaway from reading Rainbow is that you can do anything. It's in a book if you just take a look. So it's slowly drifting up. And it's out of energy. Looks like it. The more you know. Yep. Knowledge is power, and knowing is half the battle. And it's quite true. You can't shoot what you can't see, but you can't even try to look for it if you don't even know it's there. So the prerequisite is intelligence, knowledge. Yeah. Or my favorite, how a bill becomes law, and then they redid it, and it's like gets shit on, kicked over, destroyed. It's like, this is where bills come to die in Washington, D.C. I'm just a bill. Yeah. That was so good. 2, 3, 2, 1, contact. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Speaking of contact, how about those UFO releases? Is that still coming next month? Because the truth is out there and I want to believe. Well, there's many such things as UFOs. It's just unidentified flying objects. You get that all the time. There just might not be any alien UFOs. They're just drones or swamp gas. Or those big bugs from Men in Black. Yeah, there's no way the US military is releasing information about aliens. Because there's no way they could keep a secret for that long with so many people working for the military. But they're probably going to do a thing to distract the public from the pandemic or something. So they're going to talk about alien UFOs again. Especially now that there's a sudden rash in them. Like, someone gearing up for war, testing prototypes. So expose it to the public, and then when you later point the finger at China or Russia or Canada, I don't know if we're doing it, then it makes things a little easier. Oh, my name's a senior citizen. Don't lie to the crowd. She's like, what? Pushing 150? Oh, yeah. Carmen San Diego and Inspector Gadget. So good. So good. Man, Carmen San Diego's was so good. I miss good cartoons. It's like something you can sink your teeth into. It's not too difficult. It's basically like the child's version of The Office. Just easy watching. David the No. They should make a childhood Bob Ross, like Little Ross on the Prairie. Yeah. Well, there's nothing much to talk about. There's a lot of conversation on Discord about options going on right now. But the stock's basically gone sideways for the last hour. So until it breaks out, not much to talk about. I'm just drilling my way through space. Keeping an eye on the stonk. In case it decides to go rogue. There's where all the rocks are hiding. Shit. No. Damn it. Now I'm stuck in this fucking hole. Oh, I'm thinking AMC is gonna gap down, but it's not showing strength either which way, right? If it starts to go, there's not a lot of support to hold it, so it's gonna go good. But it's just trending sideways. Easy. The volume's slowing down, and there's no commitment either which way. But I'm expecting some big fishes to get bored.
And they're going to want to take their money out, play it somewhere else. So now that the game's over, everyone's going to start pulling the plug. But of course, I've been looking for that for 2 days now. Going on 3. So that doesn't mean much. The catalyst, these are good questions. Generally, the catalyst is a big fish getting bored or scared. It's generally all driven by fear. But, you know, to say that they're fearful isn't exactly correct. It could be, you know, fearful that they're not making money, or they want to make money somewhere else. So it doesn't have to be like terror, but it's generally they don't see the upside. They're no longer positive that it's going to go up, kind of deal. And that usually kicks it off. And then once that negativity gets in, you'll have a couple big fish sell off. And then once they sell off, then the rating's on the wall, if you will. And then there's no hope. And then it gets really dark and everybody kind of gets all sad. And then it just plummets because fear takes over and off you go, I guess. All the rocks despawned. Sad. But yeah, whether we get there, I don't know. Like we're gonna get there eventually, but whether we're gonna get there today, it's not looking it. But you never know. In the last hour or the next few minutes, it could just be like tick, 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 gone, 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 gone. Yeah. So we'll see. It's just gonna be one hell of an elevator whenever it happens.
Don't confuse random Reddit echo chamber to be DD. I watched what? I don't know. 3 months of tomorrow's going to be the squeeze. And the squeeze still hasn't happened. A broken clock is right twice a day. Okay. I wouldn't read too deep into what you're saying. Sure, David. What's Reddit? Yeah, you're right, George. Generally, there's like a shock. It's about 3 days. But it all depends on the severity. If the severity is mild, you'll be over it in, minutes or hours. If the shock is terrible, it'll take days or weeks. It's usually about 3 times bigger than the event itself. So if the event takes most of a day, it'll be 3 days. If the event is, a couple of minutes, then it's 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes to recover. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So there's 2 problems with David's statement. One, he's like, for the people that did their DD, no one says DD except for Reddit. 2, you're basically arguing people in a YouTube chat room watching someone talk about stocks. You wouldn't do that if you weren't internet savvy or under the age of, I don't know, 30. So, come on. Use some brain cells here. We're not idiots. You'd be reading books. You'd be trolling websites. You wouldn't be on YouTube trying to promote that I told you other people were right or I'm right. Because why would you care? You wouldn't. Yeah, come on. Put some effort into the whatever you're trying to do. Bring up the quality level. And stock do a thing. Just taking a nap is what she's doing. What am I lacking? I'm lacking motors and comps. Comps. Ships and motors. We're far from sensitive, but you know, you walk into a room and yell fire and then wonder why people are upset. It's like we're just not stupid. Oh my god. Oh, a little bit of volume here. A little bit of volume. Make a little love. Get down tonight for volume, volume. Na, 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 na. Da, da, da. At least I have good moderators. Keeping the peace so I don't have to. Appreciate it. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. It's trying for a breakout. Excuse me. Volume's good. Volume's great. It's going to try for a push. A 2 o'clock push. Oh, she's doing it. We'll see how quickly the market corrects. Is it gonna continue? It's thinking about it. Hard to tell. Looks like it wants to. Either that or just wants to give us a finger. I'd like to think we're pretty neutral here. We're definitely not hype at all. But I'm definitely not tolerant for stupidity. You know, it's hard enough trading stocks. And I don't really need, you know, brain dead Reddit coming in here causing trouble. No one needs that. If you want it, go to Reddit. If you don't, well, here we are. And it might seem kind of biased or one-sided, but you know, it's like if you're a professional and someone tells you how to fucking do your job, it's like you've been doing this for 10 minutes and you're now telling me how to do my damn job. Yeah, okay. Come back in 5 years and I know you will not be saying what you're saying. It's like, yeah, it's a lot of that, right? They're all hopped up on winning juice and they think they got it nailed, and it's like, shit, Warren Buffett still makes mistakes and look at how old that guy is. Like, you know, hedge funds go under with billion-dollar losses. It's not an easy game. So, anyways, I mean, it can be easy as long as you make the risk like none, but then your reward is none. So, but anyways, that's the spiel. Do. Our mods are not power hungry. You're just aggravating them. So if you wish to stay here, just try to be a better person. Or we'll just mute you so we don't have to listen to you. We're trying to be polite here and you're obviously missing it. Yeah. Oh, man. Good riddance. It doesn't take an hour to explain something. Fuck it. Trying to be polite here. You can't understand basic English in fucking an hour. Goodbye. Exactly. And no offense to people that English isn't their first language. But don't go picking fights with people that speak English if it's not your first language. It's not going to end well. They're going to misunderstand you. You're going to get aggravated. They're going to get aggravated. That's not good. Well, I mean, yeah, we should not be rushing to the bandwagon, but yeah, at some point, your mental health is necessary to be taken care of. Plus, it's not fair to all you guys that have to read that garbage, right? So, give the benefit of the doubt, and then that was more than enough. Just another wonderful human life. Nothing important. Still waiting for the stock to figure itself out. It had a little burst of energy. And it's 20 cents higher. But still hasn't gone anywhere. Yeah, I prefer if you guys don't insta-ban people. But, you know, at that point I can see everyone's looking at me and I gotta do my duty as the channel owner. It's like, all right. I gotta keep this place clean. Don't think about it too much, Werejar. You'll go nuts. Try to psychoanalyze it. It's like, nope. You know, as I said, you know it's bad when the first thing the person says is, don't shoot. You're like, wait, who says that on first meeting? Should I be concerned? Oh, man. Ugh. I saw your message, Janku. It's up to you. I'm an all in, all out kind of guy because why do it half? If you think it's a bad play, get out. If you think it's a good play, stay in, basically. The only few times I do half or a quarter is when I think the stock is going to drop I'll buy in with enough to play, but I'll keep like 3/4 in reserve so I can dollar cost average and get out. So I don't get stuck holding the bags in case of a sudden drop. That's probably the only time I split up money. Because if you think it's going up, it's going to go up. And if it doesn't, then you get out. And the more money you play with, the less that commission matters. At least that's my play. But yeah, I've never really had a good reason to, aside from dollar cost averaging. But then if you think the play requires dollar cost averaging, it's probably too risky, and why are you doing it anyways? But, you know.
Oh, I'm in the same boat, my name. But you can't hurt yourself over that. I took a $200 loss, and if I would have sold like 3 seconds later, it would have been about $1,000 profit. But you never know. Anyways, I'm gonna quickly use the ladies' room. I'll let this continue. So I'll follow along on the YouTube. Yes, AMC is a cruel mistress.
All right, I'm back. I missed nothing. Burr. Oh. Ow. Slight climb, low volume. Oh, looks like it might be trying for a push. Yeah, it could be going for a technical breakout. It can make itself over. I'm guessing you're watching Matt Core. Okay. Yeah, I didn't figure it'd be fast or long. They just want a quick face. The stock's responding well to it, though. I'm an ape. Oh, man. Well, the stock's trying to rally. It might be worth a play. Just a tight play on the hype. Well, of course, Fox News. Pander, pander, pander. Construction materials. I need 20. It's all good. I said might. I don't know if it's gonna. It looks good. Shouldn't be showing weakness this early, though. My guess is they'll try to do a last minute push. Yeah. See, it's hard to tell. Like, they could be setting up for a power shape here, but they got to get over 32.40, I guess.
And then it's like, they could do it with a push, but they're having so much trouble trying to get through this line they're on at 3205. It's hard to tell. It was looking good for an upwards momentum, and then they just floundered. So, and now their volume's pissed, so I don't know what's going on. It's like they gave up. Um, Tempting. I mean, if it's wrong, it goes down to 31 and a half. If it's right, it goes to 32. Sorry, 33. 2 times upside, 1 downside. Man. Well, we'll be taking end of day bets in 20 minutes. Somebody's really sold on Ford. Oh man, blue chips. Ah. Nasty. So if this goes up a little bit more, then she's gonna take off like the rocket. Get my brokerage all warmed up. Make me a little bit of dog food. Ugh, garbage, garbage, garbage. Wow. You got a taste of jet fuel and you're gonna go for a sedan. Okay, maybe fighter jets aren't for you, but man, old, reliable? Nah, at least get a sports car. All right, I'm getting in on this action. I'll just play it tight. All right, up and away, little stocky. Up and away. Come on, you can break out. I'm dead inside. Aw, sad pandas.
Gonna take more than a few seconds for me to get my money back. Excuse me. Come on, slow push. Give me some cat food. Tasty, tasty cat food. It's unsafe to play where, Jer. He'll go back down. This is just going to build your risk tolerance. Do, 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 do. Whiskey. Yep. Get ready to pour one out. Ah, comfy couch. Just get the whole bottle at this point. Yeah. But winnings right now have a degree of luck, right? If you're going to survive over the long term, you know, buying and holding is not always the best option. Yeah. Weird starting to move into the big leagues, so he's got to shake out the jitters. Yeah, statistically, yes. Just because stocks generally go up. As long as you spread your money out, you're statistically correct. Just because the Dow hasn't gone to zero, has it? Therefore, you would have made money. Yeah. The part they leave out is you made 3%. Whereas if you were day trading, you would have made 50 or 40, even with the losses. The reason why people do it. Oh, we had a huge 10D party without you, Sam. They were delicious. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It's pretty much how it's going today. At least it's got a little bit of a trend up. So it looks like it's going to probably do another breakout, slowly drifting upwards. Unless the reds ramp up in severity, it's going to slowly but surely break out. Oh. Who needs to go to Thailand when you could just head to prison, Sam? There's plenty of dudes in prison. That would be your work wife. That's why they call it doing time. Well, it's obviously not the same, but I mean, it's a good discount. You know, if you can't afford the flight to Thailand, Just fight somebody. Come on, break out. Look at how mangled of a shape this is. It's like some type of grotesque W. And this is like a check mark that looks like it's going to try to break out. Arguably, this is probably a pennant as well. You draw a line against the bottom, and the breakout should be right around the corner here. Hold the pin on the train wreck. Oh, rug. That makes a little more sense. That's like train grenade reference. I like it. When the Confederate forces were surrounded in the Battle of Tallahassee, they pulled out the train grenade. Then the day fortunes changed. Loading the truck. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. You're just gonna have to wait, John. It's coming. Also, do you have a license to operate that truck of shares? I mean, that's some pretty volatile goods you got there. Come on, indecisive stock. Do a thing. Preferably in the upwards direction so I can make some dog food or cat food. Whatever you bestow upon me. There's the definition of bag holding. Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with bag holding. It's just obviously a try to avoid state. If it makes you feel better, my closet's full of suits. Because I love them. Gotta suit up for everything. I have to get up. All right. Yeah, just post them in the chat and I'll get up in a second. My eyes are getting pretty heavy from the distinct lack of stock motion. Ooh, nice volume push. But will it be enough? Tune in next week for Dragon Ball stock. Wait for Werejar to come out of the woodwork. You mentioned Dragon Ball. Most people here are stock traders. All right, time to get up and do a stock. Ugh. Friggin' eyes closing on me. All right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, what? And then I'm like, ah.
All right, so get your bets in. So to place a bet, just pick a number like the cents and just put it above the / line and make sure it's in order. If we can finally figure it out. And then I'll get that pasted up. I'm going to make a coffee real fast, or I'm not even going to make it the last hour. Oi. All right. And I'm back. Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. You're living the dream. Just in case you missed it. Get those bets in before the market crash. Just pencil yourself in. It's super easy. What you want, my name? I'll pencil you in. Yeah, I can do that. 3150. No, you're guessing the point, not how low it will go. It could be as high as you think it's going to go. Oh, somebody, I don't know what Chris is supposed to be, lowercase Chris is supposed to be. And someone put in 3094 with no name. So that's not very useful. It needs to go above the number you want. And you got to put your name at the end of it, or we have no idea who it is. Oh, I was just putting that out there for the... Oh, it's you. There, I got rid of the 30. There we go. Perfect. Looking good. Is it in order? 50, 71. Yep. All right. 45 minutes till EOD for this DOA. This channel is for stock trading. There's no biased. My money's on it going down, but that doesn't mean everybody else is betting that it goes down. We all make our own individual bets. This is just a fun thing to do at the end of the day, especially when it's a paint drying day. This is a high volume paint drying day. What are we at now? 436 million. So We didn't do much, but damn volume. We're here for Paul Walker. Wonder how that funeral went. It's just like famous people funerals must be something. Yeah. Well, we flattened out. But yeah, 20%'s good. Can't say no to a 20% day. I mean, it's no 30%, but who can be greedy? Yeah, if it stays steady, I'm still thinking it's overdue for a retraction. So as I said earlier, the longer we go sideways, the more deeper we'll go when we crash. Unless, of course, we somehow go sideways for like a week, then we might be bringing the floor up. But I'm still predicting or expecting that this will course correct hard. And then the higher we get, the more violent it will course correct. The severity is based on time, and the speed is based on height. So if we keep going up, then it's basically both. You're going to get ultra violent, and you're going to get on ultra heavy duty. I haven't updated the chart yet. 06? Yeah, you're in. All right. A violin up to 10K. I hope you all come back when we go down to 14 or near it. Markets have turned pretty poor today. Yeah. Just a bit of a whiplash there. Excellent. All right. 3170. Why is this battery offline? Allow me to lose my money in peace. Yeah, but Steve, nobody needs you here telling us what we should and shouldn't do. I mean, arguably, you know, if you want to troll, we should leave you to it, but we have to read what you're writing. So, if you want to be left in peace, just do so silently. Looking decent. So there's a nice W, a Wu-Tang W. Figured there'd be a last minute push like they try to do. Steve. Firstly, calling people kids, not a great idea. And two, none of us are on Reddit anymore. Exactly. We're just retail investors here. Indeed, Pam, indeed. All right, did I get everyone's bets? What am I going for? I'm gonna actually go up today. The internet equivalent of a firing line. I think that has something to do with relationships with your mom. I just pull the trigger, Howard, or I'll do it. Thanks. Aw, you took his thunderwear, Jer. Okay, now finish him. we need to let Howard just finish him, Howard. No, Tom. Oh, hold on. We're all gonna take turns banning him. I want to try here. Where is he? Oh, there we go. There we all got a shot. There we go. One ban wasn't good enough. This is considered waterboarding. No, I call this justice. Yeah. No, there's no war. We were just dealing with an undesirable. We were using what is it? Not unusual. Unusual and what's the definition of torture now? Oh, cruel and unusual. Non-cruel and non-unusual treatment. What, shooting a dead horse multiple times? I just want to make sure it was dead. I mean, you can't go murdering every Steve. Just because you have a bad time with one Steve doesn't make you a Stevist. Yep. All right. Everyone's bets are in. Yeah, you can't murder every Steve. Oh, my basement's a little full. Anybody know where that's what is it? The dead N-word storage. Does this look like dead N-word storage? Pulp Fiction. Market capital, there's two types, but essentially it's how much the company is worth in total assets. And I believe it minuses debt. No, I don't think debt's counted. But assets that incur a loss are counted. But I think overhanging debt isn't counted. So if you give me a $10 billion loan, my market cap goes up by 10 billion, even though I owe that money. But if I was to buy something with that 10 billion and it depreciated, it's no longer worth 10 billion. So that's a depreciating asset, and so my market cap goes down with it. Yeah. But there's that one, and then there's the intraday market cap, which is how much the company's worth because its shares are through the friggin' roof. So there's true market capital, and then there's market capital on drugs, which I think they refer to as intraday market cap. And that's generally the one you see. So that one is based off of the assets of the company minus its, basically assets of its company, and you minus the losses off of them, but it's the current value of all your assets, and then it's multiplied by your share price, or it's multiplied by a factor of your share price. So if your share price, let's say, is $1, and then so you're worth $1,000 at $1, and now your share is $2, you're technically worth $2,000. Technically, but realistically, you're not. You're only worth $1,000 unless you own all the shares. Then you're worth a lot more because obviously you went up with the shares. But you can just think of market cap as how big the company is, basically. That's the easiest way to think about it. So, and thank you, Tom, for getting it all cleaned up. And I will update. Yeah, no problem. I'm here to help when I can. Oh dear. The 4chan party van. Still in this? I don't think John listens to the chat. Just making random statements. $31.07. I can put you in. How does one explain in? How does one define in? Oh, you missed a firing squad, Sam. It was great. We had a guy who showed up, I think, last week, and he just decided to go kind of rogue today. So we all took turns muting and unmuting him. We all wanted to. Howard took too long to shoot him, so we all just pummeled into him for fun. Yeah. One banishment was not good enough for him. Yeah. Well, thank you for your kind words, even though they're not kind words. There'll be plenty of more wonderful people. The key is we just got to keep the filth cleaned up, or it'll get out of control, like algae. You got to shock the pool with chlorine, or the algae goes nuts. I feel sorry for the next real Steve. Yeah, really starting to feel that like we've banned the same person like 20 times. Because they all sound the same, if you really think about it. Like the guy that we just got rid of sounds a lot like the other guy who was pretending to be his older brother or whatever. Whatever his name is. God damn. I've already purged his name from memory. Zach's older brother. It's like, yeah. Okie dokie. Yeah. Well, exactly. If you're gonna troll, at least do it well. I mean, Zach was an innovator. You know, he brought a level of crayon eating that hasn't been seen since Reddit chats earlier that day. uh, yeah, it's too bad there's not an easy way to verify authenticity. Plus, realistically, like, how many fucking counts do you have? I mean, all you need is an email address, sure, but you know, doesn't that take some time and gets kind of boring? Zach was clean. Yeah, he definitely stayed lubricated throughout the day. Old reliable. Yep. Sorry. We're judging you by the Zach factor. You are inferior to the Zach attack. You are cut. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Actually, that's what we should do next time. I should be like, judges, and then you guys just put X's, and then he gets banned. Now we turn it over to the judges. Fuck that guy. Oh, we gotta fuck that guy. Yeah. Good. I'll play it out next time. Good stuff. And then if you want, you could just write some spiel like, well, his trolling was okay, but you know, I really thought he could give a better performance, and and then just go on. Oh, I was thinking of mocking like So You Think You Can Dance or American Idol. Yeah. Yeah, since we can judge his trolling ability, like, you know, he started off strong, but his late game was, you know. No, I get the gladiators in Rome. Yeah. Are you not entertained? Shall we dance? Ah, to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. It is a light that you can dance with the devil in. Yeah. Burp. You're fired. At least you didn't say to quote the great Donald Trump. You left that part out. So who's currently winning? We got 15 minutes on the clock. No, we got 19 minutes on the clock. And the current person winning is Stacy. Yeah, Stacy's currently winning. If you win the end, we should have a backwards day. If you win the end of day bet, you get kicked out of the channel. Everyone's trying to pick a number that doesn't match. Confuse the shit out of everyone. 600. Nope. You got to keep it within a $1 spread. It's like Russian roulette. Stock roulette. There we go. Yeah. The only winning move is not to play. $13.30 or $31.30. Here, I'll just update them manually since most people got their bets in. $29.99. And $13.35. All right. All's good in the hoods. Oh, at least that coffee's helped. Man, I was dying. I can't have caffeine, so I basically had a hot chocolate. And then there's enough caffeine in the hot chocolate to wake me up. Sad life I live in. I miss the good old days of caffeination. Riding the dragon. Eventually. I don't think we're going back to exactly 14, just judging by how the stock is now, how high we are. But we should get close to it. Okay. How is this working out? Okay, 2 engines, and it's attached to the side here. Oh, I think I know how I did it. Nope. That would do it. All right, last 10 minutes. That's fine. We're pretty okay here. We're just dealing with a lot of trolls today. Ever since Reddit caught wind that I'm betting on 14 or so, they were like, "That's impossible." It's like, not impossible, just a matter of time. Holly's already hit acceptance. Already hit acceptance, Holly. You know what? I'm just going to lose my money anyways. And there you go. You've gone full circle as a stockbroker. Don't worry about losing money. You're going to do it anyways. The inevitable is coming. Here comes the darkness. You think you can hold on to your money, but no. No. As one Keanu Reeves once said, realize it's not the spoon that bends, but only yourself. Perfect. Okay, we're in the last 8 minutes. And do remember, if you win the end of day bet, you get to set the message of the day the next day. So do stick around so you can do that. Or, well, I don't mean don't stick around. Show up early enough, I guess. All right. It's looking much better. V Q. Woo, 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 woo. Yep. Sweet. All right. We're down to the last 6. Sorry about that. Somebody was delivering my attempted notice of termination. That was yesterday's notice. Nothing important. Looks like there's an active shooter with 2 firefighters down. Active search in progress in LA. Nice. I signed up for police scanners. So at least once every couple days I get a good one. So if you're in LA, there's someone on the run. Duck and cover. This is Radio Duck and Cover. Blasting out the sweet tunes. All right. Yeah, LA is a big place. But just a heads up. I don't normally check my phone during the stream, but here we are. Last 2 minutes. Then I can put this day behind me. Oh, damn. I'm going to need a nap after this. Okay. Last minute and 30 seconds. Who's in the winner's seat right now? 87. So it's Chimp, I guess. Yeah, Chimp's the closest. Rashid is 6 away. Chimp is 3 away. Yep. Oh, it's Chimp. Chimp might clench it. Although if it gets a sudden boost, I'll get it. 3107. Oh, we have Dr. OK in twice. God. Okay. Last 55 seconds. It's the stock's really moving it. It's really really gunning it sideways. Yeah, well, usually when I get alerts, it's an important thing because it's like 12,000 people are listening to the police scanner. So it alerts me like, hey, something's up. Oh, shit. Am I going to clench it at 05? Huh? Huh? Come on. Punch it real good. Bam, 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 bam. Come on. Come on. Come on. 05. Give it to daddy. Oh, shit. It's on the line. Okay. Yahoo to officiate. It's either me or Limbroni. Okay, Yahoo, officiate. Whoa, wrong play. I'm like, what? 96. The fuck's gone on? 3190. All right, so that's Limboni. Congrats. Congrats. It was damn close. Yeah, I chose 05 because I was like, if it's going to go to 32, it's either going to be right under or it's going to go over just a little bit. But Limboni gets it. All right, I think that's 2 wins for you, Limboni. Is it? Oh, shit. You're right. It's Chimp. Sorry, it's Chimp. I'm really bad with math. Sorry. So, God. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I'm really bad with math, like basic arithmetic. And somehow I still make money trading stocks. Goes to show you, even ape can make money. All right. You guys have fun. I'm going to go keep on keeping on, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. How's the aftermarket? Taking a bit of a hit. All right. And there's the Discord. And have a good one. Yep.